All right, everybody, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, November the 12th. I'd like to welcome everyone here. The way we start our meeting traditionally is with the singing of O Canada. So please let me introduce how we're going to introduce O Canada today. Rain Awu is a flutist. Raina is from South Korea. She's in grade 10 at St. Mike's Catholic High School. She's in the house band there, and she likes to play the flute, of course, walks her dog in her free time. She played O Canada at City Hall in 2023, and she's pleased to be here with us once again. So please, if you would, stand, and we are going to hear Raina's rendition of O Canada with the flute. You did a terrific job. It's so nice, you know, that you've learned our national anthem and you nailed it so well. Made us very, very proud. I say on behalf of all of us and Young SIO, and thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, you know. Alrighty. So moving along. Our land acknowledgement and traditional Indigenous meeting opening. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Michelle Elise Burnett, who is Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and Métis, to join us to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Ani bonjour, kwe sego bonjour. Nawi kopa Indigenous kaz makwadoram nimkidoram nagardonjaba Métis agonkwen kwe endao. My spirit name is She Whose Is in the Center. My French-English name is Michelle Elise Burnett. I'm Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and I am from the Niagara region, and I'm also a Métis with Nipissing Algonquin roots. So as we begin your day today, I would like to share Indigenous ways of knowing and values on how to live with our kin in the natural world, and of course with one another. This way we can bring our minds together and start in a very positive and good way. In our culture, we teach that every decision that we make today, be it personal, governmental, corporate, that we must consider the impact it will have on the next 7 generations, the impact that it will have on our grandchildren's great-grandchildren. So we strive for living Mino Bimatsuin, to live a good life, to be in balance with all life forces, to live a life that matters. It's about living from the heart and leading with love. It's about seeing, listening, and feeling and speaking and acting with basically positive intentions and never with self-serving reasons. Gitche Manitou, the Creator, gave all creations gifts to share amongst each other. Gitche Manitou also reminds us that with those gifts come major responsibilities. And our first responsibility is that one of gratitude. Gratitude for all life-sustaining gifts Mother Earth provides for us. She is our greatest role model, one who unwaveringly demonstrates generosity and gratitude every single day without ever asking anything in return. We as humans have to learn from our older and wiser relatives we need to be reminded on a regular basis that our very own existence lies in the gifts of others in the natural world. We must give thanks to all our relations, and by thanking each life-sustaining force, one becomes tied to each of the forces of the natural world. It teaches us that we have our own responsibilities, and that we also have to understand that what is done to one part of the web of life, it has repercussions on all life forms, including ourselves. When we apply this philosophy to our workplace, home, or self, we are actively taking care of the next 7 generations. And we're doing that with love, generosity, and gratitude. So now, I would say that our minds are together as one, and have a wonderful day. Chimigwech.
Thank you, Michelle Elise. We will move along on our agenda to disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures of council to declare? Okay, no conflicts. And we move to everybody's favorite part of the meeting, the mayor's remarks and announcements. So first up, the city guide. I know Councillor Pietrangelo, do you have the city guide with you there? Okay, good, there it is. Okay, well, everybody will just show you that. That is the city guide. Hopefully, if you could model it for us, Vanna, that'd be great. By now, everyone should have received it in the mail, one for every household. For anyone that did not get one, you can get one at the McBain Center. That'll be our annual guide that gives you everything you need to know in the city, all the frequently necessary phone numbers for everything from snow plowing to barking dogs to arena bookings to anything you need in the city. If you have not got one, make sure you seek one out. They're a great little book and handy tool to have around. Thank you, Councillor, for modeling that for everybody here.
Your Worship, this is going to change annually. Right?
Yeah, did you want to speak to it? Yeah.
No, not really. I think it's great, Your Worship. It's nice, it's compact, it's got everything that a resident needs. I just would hope that we
Does it
update
slice
it
and
because
dice?
it doesn't have Councillor Dabrowski in it yet. So hopefully it gets updated soon. If not, I don't know how often it gets updated. So
Okay.
yeah, okay.
Ms. Moldenhauer, did you want to weigh in on?
Thank you so much, through to the mayor. You can also access the guide online, and there you will see our new counselor online, and we'll continue to do different updates throughout the year online because it is much easier to do that.
And then we're going to print another one next year.
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Super. Awesome. Thank you for that. Moving along, Diwali. I was joined by Councillor Lococo for Diwali celebration. I believe we've got some pictures. We'll just give them a chance to upload. There we were. That was at Club Italia, where we're celebrating the celebration of light. So thank you to all those in the community who enjoyed the event, including the spicy food. Very spicy. Oh, yeah. Remembrance Day, of course, was yesterday. We also had a service, as you can see right now, that one was in the Chippawa Arena. I was joined that day, last Sunday, by Councillors Newestag, Patel, and Lococo. Then we had a Christchurch service downtown, which was just this past Sunday. And then yesterday, we had the Fairview Cemetery. We had a big turnout, close to 1,000 people. We were joined by Councillors Patel, Baldinelli, Dabrowski, Lococo, Pietrangelo, and Newestag. And then afterward, we did go down to Legion 479, where we laid wreaths once again, and I was joined by Councillor Patel as we did that. They're very grateful, and it was really sad because the battle, the Korean War, was 1950 to 53, and we only have one veteran left from that war here in Niagara Falls, Romeo, and he's in his 90s. And just to hear him talk about the war, remember my grandfathers, they fought in World War I, and they never liked to talk about it, but boy, when they did, they really got emotional. And same with Romeo. He says, no, I would not want that to wished upon anyone. He goes, it was going to hell and back. The things I saw, the things they did to people, the things they did to women and children, he goes, it was just beyond description. He goes, I wouldn't want anyone to ever go. So anyway, we're grateful for the sacrifices that these men and women have made, and we're very grateful that we live in the best country in the world and we're free. Thank God for that. We also had the Arts and Culture Wall of Fame. That was last week. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Newestag, and Patel. That's Brighton Rock. You see in the picture, receiving their special wall keepsake, and they'll be on our wall, Arts and Culture Wall of Fame from this day forward. So it was great to have some of our, and Wendy Leard from downtown, our dance studio. That was really nice to see her too. We had an artist, and then we had Vanity as well. Everyone remember that? Prince's girlfriend, Vanity. We just installed an accessible swing at McBain, and if you look in the middle of that picture, you see Councillor Pietrangelo, and I need to acknowledge him specifically on this. We were joined by councillors, obviously Councillor Pietrangelo, Councillor Newestag, Baldinelli, and Lococo, but I want to just stop there for a moment just to let everyone know. That's down at the McBain Center at the playground, and it's an accessible swing. Where you can go on with your wheelchair, and it might not look like it'd be that expensive, but something like that is very, very expensive. I'm going to ask Councillor Pietrangelo in a second to speak to it, but just before he does, he chairs the Sleep Cheap fundraiser that we participate in every year, where locals get to stay in the real fancy hotels for a real small number, and all the money stays in local charities. Well, he started a number of years ago a thing called the Wonder Falls Pass, where everyone that lives here in Niagara can take in some of the best attractions in the city, like all the great ones, from Clifton Hill to the Parks Commission. And so we've partnered with the Parks Commission, and he's raised enough money that he could pay for this, because he used to teach special needs kids, and it's near and dear to his heart. So he made sure that if we're going to do this, the money's going to go toward things like this. And to see the looks on these kids' faces, they were like literally with glee, because when you talk to the parents, they say it's so sad, because every mother, father's, nightmare is that nobody will play with your kids. There's nothing for them to do because other kids don't want to hang out with them. They don't have a lot in common oftentimes. And in this case here, to see these kids on the swing in their wheelchair, excited like Christmas morning. It was the most amazing thing to see. And it was a very proud moment. You don't really appreciate it unless you deal with it. And I know Councillor Pietrangelo dealt with it for a long time, because he spent many years teaching these kids. And he was a rock star as far as they were concerned for what he did. And I mean that. The parents, they all know what was involved. So I just ask if you'd please, it was a lot of effort, great reward. Maybe we can acknowledge the efforts of Councillor Pietrangelo. I'm just going to ask him maybe to give a little insight what the cost was, and maybe a little bit of what he might want to share about our partnerships in the community.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think probably Ms. Clark can speak better on the actual cost of it, but it was somewhere, like the swing itself was somewhere in between 90 and 100,000, and the installation I think was in between $45,000 and $50,000. So all said and done, it was approximately $150,000. It was great to see the day finally come, because obviously because of COVID, a lot of the attractions were shut down, so there was a couple of years there where we just couldn't do it. There was 3 main groups that I thanked on that day. It was our attraction partners. Without them, Your Worship, we just wouldn't have the pass. And then there were so many people from City Hall that were instrumental in making it happen, especially the location and then the placement of it, because I was very adamant that it had to be in the center of a playground. I didn't want it off to the side. David Antonson was wonderful to work with, Dale Morton, Kathy Moldenhauer, Beth Engel, Tiffany Clark, Shelley Darlington, Jeff Garashi, those are just to name a few, and then yourself as well, Your Worship. And I know I gave you praise on that day, because not only have you been a strong supporter of the pass, but you've also been an advocate of it, and that really helps. I think I said that you had some unbridled enthusiasm when you got excited about something, and you do. You bring a very, nice sense of positivity to anything that you're excited about. And then the last group that I thanked on that day, Your Worship, was obviously the inspiration behind wanting to do something like this. And it was everyone that I had come across in my years of teaching special needs. So it's wonderful to see, Your Worship. I know that we have some more funds in the bank account, so I'm going to be looking at putting one in the south end, one in the north end, and then hopefully one on the Parks Commission property as well, Your Worship, because they're a great partner to this. So thank you for the acknowledgement. Very much appreciated.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Councillor. Well done. I was joined by Councillor Patel on the weekend as we went to Slamboree. It's like a slam wrestling event combined with scouts, so they call it the Slamboree. And it was just the way it looked. It was very entertaining. Councillor Patel was trying to get me thrown in the ring, and luckily I avoided that happening. But big turnout, a lot of money raised for a local scout group, and the other thing I never realized in council, I don't know if you knew, but our CAO is a big time scout. What's your title again? What's it called?
Earned the Chief Scout Award.
Chief Scout. He's a Chief Scout. So he can tie a knot like nobody's business, let me tell you. Yeah, he's got a, yeah, that's right. So anyway, it was a lot of fun, and he joined us. Our CAO was there as well, taking in all the action. It's pretty funny. They get into it. The crowd gets into it. And they're good athletes, jumping off the top rope and the things they were doing. Oh, yeah, it was a good time. Go on my social media if you want to see some videos. These guys are crazy. Okay, business happenings. We had the opening of Sweet Mango Sugaring. I was joined by Councillor Patel as that opened up in Salon Therapy. And we welcome, she's originally from Niagara, then she was in Toronto, and now she's back in Niagara, and she's got a big clientele. So if you want to get some sugaring, there's your chance. Niagara Electronics celebrated 40 years. So we were thrilled to be there and help them celebrate. And he said, I can't believe I was like 20 when I started. I can't believe we've been here for 40 years already. Pretty, out of his basement. Yeah, Joe Colley, we're really happy for him and the family, and well done, and finding a need and servicing it. We also had the grand opening of Dr. Sadagi. He is a doctor who graduated, so our university right next to City Hall, the University of Niagara Falls, that company, that group also has 3 medical schools in the Caribbean. They've got engineering schools, they have law schools around the world. Well, he graduated from one of their medical schools in the Caribbean, Saba, and he was in California practicing, decided to come back to Canada, set up shop on Queen Street. He bought the old CIBC building, and that's where he's opened up his practice along with a number of other doctors and nurse practitioners. So we're grateful to be there, and I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, Lococo, and Baldinelli, and he's already got, I think, 3,000 patients already. And he just arrived here not too long ago. So we're grateful, and we're happy he's here. Camisos just celebrated their 14th anniversary. And of course, the way they do it every year, they support Project Share. And we're joined by Post. Of course, Post has been in our community for more than 100 years. The shredded wheat company used to be Nabisco, and we've all smelt it driving by when they're making their shreddies and all the other great breakfast cereals. They also have a sister company that owns Peanut Butter Company, and they donated skids to Project Share. So it was a great day. They're way ahead. This is their record year for donations, and it's a good thing because it's a record year for need. So it's all coming together, trying to get ready for Christmas so that everybody's got lots of food. Coming up this Saturday at 4 p.m. is the Santa Claus Parade. It starts about Armory Street, and it goes down Victoria Avenue, down Queen Street, and it ends right here at City Hall. So it's 4 p.m., and then afterwards, at about 6 p.m., we're going to have the lighting of the Christmas tree with Santa. We'll be collecting letters to Santa. We're going to have hot chocolate and cookies and all sorts of things for the kids and the parents and everyone that's there. As well, we're going to have food trucks, some music. It's going to be a lot of fun. And at the same time, this is also the kickoff for the Winter Festival of Lights on Saturday. So that goes right to January. Every Friday and Saturday, there'll be fireworks at 8 p.m. And lastly, we're going to have the Deck the Halls Christmas Holiday Market at the Exchange. And that'll be this Sunday at 11 a.m. So if you need to buy some fun, crafty gifts for somebody, there's a great place to do it. So a lot of holiday things happening. The parade this Saturday at 4, the tree lighting right after, and then we're going to have the Festival of Lights opening, and then the next day, we're going to have the Deck the Halls Christmas Holiday Market as well. So rounding out my notes here, budget. Everyone's a fun thing to talk about. Our capital budget book has been released on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, November 6th. The parking budget book was released on Friday, last Friday, November the 8th. Both are going to be presented at the special council meeting coming up, which will be on which will be November the 22nd. So if you have any comments, the 26th, yes, you're right. I'm sorry. We're receiving comments until Friday, November the 22nd. The meeting will be on Tuesday, November the 26th. And our last that's a special budget meeting. Then our last city council meeting of the year will be Tuesday, December the 10th. So that concludes my notes and remarks. So now we are, oh, thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. Pointing out I overlooked something. That's why we have the clerk. Keep me on my toes. Looking for a motion to adopt the minutes of the October 22nd meeting. Motion by Councillor Newestag, second by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. We're good to go. So we are now looking to celebrate girls soccer, the Niagara United Juventus girls soccer team 2011 age group Ontario Cup champions. So I'm not sure where everybody is, but I'm going to invite the coaches up first to join me. There's a gate right there. Yeah, sorry. You guys want to come right through that gate there? Paolo Sirianni, Juventus. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to introduce you one at a time. So we're going to bring your coach through, Mr. Sirianni. So you guys wait one sec. And he's going to introduce you one at a time. Then we're going to take your picture. We're going to present you with thing here. What do we call those? Pennant. Thank you, pennant. Okay, so let me just, before we get started, sorry, I'm tongue-tied here for a second. All right. So it's my pleasure to welcome head coach Paolo Sirianni to recognize the accomplishments of the Niagara United Juventus girls soccer team. Paulo is joined by assistant coaches. You have some assistant coaches here today?
Some are missing, but we have a lot of technical directors here as well.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to just start by saying a little bit about this team, and then we're going to bring them in one at a time, present you with your pennant, do a picture, and then we're going to do a team shot, and then we're going to ask your coach to say a few words about the great season that you had and the great success that you experienced. So the assistant coaches are Christina Matessa, Alicia Whale, and Courtney Foster. Manager Jen Yetman, President Vince Cheka, technical directors Ernie Servino, Michael Folino, Tony Carbonera, and Brian Pinetto. And that looks like you have a lot of coaching staff to help us. So that sounds like a serious team. This outstanding team had a golden year placing first in the Golden Horseshoe qualification. First in the Golden Horseshoe Soccer League South Region, undefeated. That's unbelievable. Winning the Toronto Robbie International Soccer Tournament, and then finally winning the Ontario Cup. Sounds like quite the team.
And just last week we won the provincial I-Model Championship to finish it off.
So that wasn't enough. You had to win another one. Just okay. All right. That's like the whipped cream and then the cherry on top. This team beat many provincially ranked teams and finished the season as the 4th ranked team in Canada. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, you can put your hands together for that. Yes.
If our technical directors come up as well. So. And Alicia and Jen. Yeah.
So we'll bring up the technical directors, some of the coaching team, and all the people that help make the magic. All right, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to give the mic to Coach Sirianni. He's going to talk a little bit, then we're going to bring you up one at a time, and then we're going to do big group shots. That sound good? It's going to get a little cozy, but we're going to make this work, okay? All right, Coach, big hand for our coach.
So anytime you have a team like this, there's a lot of helping hands. And as he said earlier, there's many of us here. So these people make my job a lot easier. Sometimes I get the title of head coach, but really there's many helping hands. So to have this much talent helping you out is tremendous. And none of this is possible without the efforts of the girls. These girls have probably the most dedicated team I've ever been around. They work year-round. They're there for each other. Unbelievable group. And the one thing I give them a lot of credit for is there's always a target on their back for being that top team. And a lot of things have to go right for you to win 4 championships in a year. And their mental toughness is what is the most special quality that they all display. So thank you to our players. Thank you to all our support staff. This is like I said, they make this game easier for us because of the passion that they have for the sport. So thank you very much, girls, for everything. I'll just go in order from whoever I see.
Yeah, and then as your coach calls you, come through here, stop right here. We're going to do a picture, and we'll get you. Come on.
All right. All right, first up, we'll have Ava Cavalli. Grace.
Oh, hold on, we're going to do a picture.
Individual.
That's right. And if any parent wants to take a picture, don't be shy. Just come right to the front and take the picture.
Grace Sweet. Bianca Walker. I know, basketball injury.
Couldn't resist.
Lucia Sirianni. Can I jump in? Oh, Kim could take one.
Come on in, come with us. Come on.
Tim's got a picture.
Come in. Get in there.
Emma Kandurka. Sydney Van Lincoln. Ella Yetman.
Sounds like Santa Claus is coming.
Riley Whale.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, yeah. Come on.
Michaela Lombardi. Ashley Strett.
Sorry. Give me a second. Maybe our scout tied a knot on me.
Maya Steenstra. Dylan Rudy. And last, Vince Cheka, our Niagara United president. So Vince is very happy. It's our first Ontario Cup for the club. It's first in Niagara.
And now the coaches. Let's see if we can do this. No tangling. Thank you. Jim, can we get a picture? Yeah, we're gonna do a group shot.
The technical directors for the club?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you mind?
Not at all. Thank you. Did everybody? Oh, sorry, coach. Okay, is there any? Are there any that are missing?
We have a couple players missing, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give these to you guys.
I'll take that.
And then, let me just,
Sure.
that, and then I'm gonna. Okay. All right, so let's line up. So we gotta do it in a way that we can get everyone in the pictures. So can we get like a few like maybe some of you guys down in the front? What?
Could we
Oh, just the coach?
Just the directors of our jam.
Yeah. Okay, what, do you want to come up here first? To do first? Okay. Here.
This is a big project for Juventus Academy Niagara Falls, right? So, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, now, girls, do you mind somebody getting in the front? And I'll crouch down the front row with whoever's, I'll sit in front with you guys. Yeah. We'll get kind of one meal, right down. So we can fit everybody in the picture. Then whoever wants to come take a picture, you can come right up. I'm gonna crouch here. Okay, everybody smile. Don't blink. No blinking.
Look at me, 3, 2, 1, perfect.
So just before you guys go, so this is the last thing I want to say. To all the parents, first of all, the grandparents, uncles, aunts, siblings. I know I've got 3 kids that went up through all the sports. You drag the rest of the kids along. You get them to practice, making sure you rush meals. Sometimes they're quick meals. A lot of sacrifices, rushing from work, getting time off, travel, hotels, expenses, extra training, whatever the case, raining, bad weather, in the winter training, whatever the case is, and trying to balance that with homework and chores and jobs and everything else that goes on. It's a big job. But this goes beyond soccer. Like it's, yes, soccer, of course, Juventus, you guys are amazing and you're great players. But the skills that you're learning from your coaches and your mentors and your trainers, these are transferable skills that are going to make them into great citizens, great human beings. And it makes me feel so good to know this next generation coming up, they've got such a great attitude. I have to give credit to all the people on this side of the room that helped. How about a big hand for all these people, first of all. Yes, pat yourselves on the back. And you're a good-looking bunch, too, if I might add. But this side are the ones that really had to get down in the field, those stressful games when you're nerves and you got a target on your back because you guys are great. And you know, it's one thing to get to the finals, but to win, not just at the top, but over the top. I want to say how proud you made us in Niagara Falls. And on behalf of the city of Niagara Falls, these incredible soccer players, incredible coaches who took a lot of their personal time. They don't do this because they get paid big bucks. They do it for the love of the game. They do it because they care about you and they feel a connection to all your families. How about a big hand for all the coaches that supported? And lastly, please help me in congratulating the entire Niagara United Juventus girls soccer team on a well-deserved provincial championship. You are the champions. And then last thing, I am just going to ask the coach before we exit, and I do want to point out, these pennants are brand new. They're the first group to get them. So we just got them. We try to keep it fresh so it's not all the same thing, especially when you have multi-winners that have already got things. They don't want the same thing to go along with their 800 medals that they've got. So anyway, we're glad that you're the very first group. No one else has these yet. But I'm going to ask Coach Sirianni maybe just to share a little bit about that championship, the stress that happened. That we take it for granted today, but I know everyone was biting their nails that day. So maybe give us a little bit of the journey.
All right, so I'm probably going to scale it back from the championship game. Probably the most intense game, and I'm sure every girl knows which game we're going to talk about, is us versus the London Alliance. We were highly regarded as the top 2 teams in the province. They had beat us earlier in May in the finals of a tournament. We didn't bring our second place medal for that one. So that was a big planning 2 weeks leading up to that game. And we went to London and we beat them. And that was a huge win. And everybody knew that whoever won that game was kind of like the looking at who's going to win the finals. And the next game we played in the semifinals, we won 7-0. And when we got to the finals, we won that game 6-0. So the 10th game was the quarterfinals because the way the draw works out, they just happen to put the two best teams against each other. And like I said, the mental fortitude of these girls, I've watched a lot of these girls grow up since age 4 or 5. And I'm just impressed by their work ethic. So, like I said, they are the ones that win the games. Coaches, we just help. The players win games. Coaches lose games, as I kind of look at it. So I'm very happy that I've been around the people here. And the other thing is our club support is unmatched. People may not see how much goes on, but like we literally have 4 technical directors that will take a phone call anytime I have a question. They'll come out and train them at any time. So other clubs have coaches. We have like a huge group that supports them. So very happy with Niagara United, very happy with our relationship with Juventus. And as you see, it's not supposed to be a result-driven, obviously, development, but what these girls have done is very special. And I told them they were going to be connected forever for life. So when they're much older, maybe 60 years old, they're always going to come back and look at the things that they were able to accomplish. And like I said, I'm proud to be a part of the groups that we're associated with. So thank you very much to all my support staff. They do a lot of the work that makes it a lot easier for us.
There you are. There's your champions. You too. All right, thank you. That was great. Now I'm going to call up Joe Zambito, our fire chief. This is the fire chief's coin presentation. And everybody, that's our John, our sergeant at arms, the handsome guy in the uniform at the door. Yes. John's a retired OPP. And he thought this would be more interesting than a start at a golf course. So I said, hey, we'll take you, John. We'll take you. Helping us keep order, right? Keep it quiet and all that sort of stuff. So I welcome up Joe Zambito, our fire chief, regarding a recent incident. And I'm going to pass the mic to him to let him explain what happened and what we're about to do here today.
Thank you, Mayor Jim, members of council, city staff, and those in the audience and those that are watching. I'm here today to share with council a rescue that took place at the Greater Niagara Boating Club, also known to some of us as the Chippawa Boat Club. And it took place on Friday, September the 13th, 2024 at approximately 12:30 p.m. Aaron McGee from the Tonawanda area, along with his wife, Denise, and their friend Steve were visiting the boat club when Aaron suffered a serious heart attack and fell from the dock into the Welland River. Mike and Tracy Egan were preparing to go on a boat ride when they heard a cry for help. They quickly ran to the dock where Denise McGee pleaded for help for her husband, who had fallen into the water. Denise and their friend Steve held Aaron's arms while trying to keep his head above water. Mike jumped into the water to assist in gearing Aaron out while his wife Tracy called 911. Tim Thompson from the boat club jumped in to help Mike hoist Aaron onto the dock while Denise and Steve pulled him by his arms. Once out of the water, Mike, a former volunteer firefighter for Thorold and Stony Creek, assessed Aaron and believed that he was having a cardiac arrest. Both Denise and Mike began CPR, while Timmy ran to the boat club to grab the defibrillator. Mike applied the defib pads to Aaron's chest and continued with CPR. During this time, Jason Armstrong, a former Niagara Falls volunteer firefighter, and also a Niagara Falls City Roads supervisor, arrived and assisted with the defib. Tracy communicated with 911 operator and guided the emergency responders to their location, saving precious time. A Niagara EMS supervisor and Niagara Falls Pumper 4 crew took over patient care. When paramedics arrived, they prepped Aaron for transportation, where he was rushed to Hamilton General for emergency surgery. Aaron is alive and with us today to celebrate these heroes. We are incredibly thankful to these individuals for their extraordinary courage and quick thinking. Not only was a near drowning incident avoided, but a medical emergency was recognized and handled very efficiently, ultimately saving Aaron's life. So on behalf of the Niagara Falls Fire Department, I am honored to present the Chief's coin to these selfless individuals who have demonstrated an extraordinary bravery for the sake of others, and in this case, to Aaron and his family. Thank you. So if I could have, please, Mike and Tracy Egan, Denise McGee, Steve Flaminio, Jason Armstrong, and Tim Thompson, please come to the circle. I just would like to read the inscription on the back of the coin and present each individual with the Chief's coin. And it says, "Great opportunities to help others seldom come, but small ones surround us every day."
So we're going to give out these coins to each of you, and then with a little note from the chief, and then we're going to do some pictures, if that's okay. Okay. How about a big hand for these heroes? Yes. Yeah, Aaron? Okay. Maybe Aaron, would you like to please join us? Kind of put you on the spot, didn't we? Yeah. Welcome. Good to be here. So wait a minute. We got to do another picture. Let's do another picture. Come in here, Aaron. Come in here. Just beside the chief. And I'm kind of on the outside because they can crop me out of the picture later. That's why they do it like this. Get in snug, guys. Get in snug. Just keep sucking it in. That's all. Okay. So I've asked them if this is a real unique situation where some selfless acts were done to save a life. And really, that's what it's all about, right? So I've asked them and they're so humble, nobody wants to really speak, but we want to hear. We want to hear from them. And that Chippawa Creek can be a very dangerous place, and we have, unfortunately, many drownings. One of my kids, she was a lifeguard down there, St. John's Ambulance, and it's just sad the things that happen down there. The undercurrent is strong, the current is strong, and people aren't prepared for it, and unfortunately, it doesn't always end in a nice way. So this one did. Thank God this one did, and that's why we're acknowledging the heroic efforts of all these people. I'm going to ask, so Denise has agreed to say a few words, so...
We've been going up to the club for over 40 years, my husband and I. and our family, my daughters as well, and it's a second home to us. Everyone there is family, and will always be family. It just happened, and no one questioned, no one hesitated, no one stopped. Everyone jumped in. Anyone jumped in. I needed a ride to the hospital, I got a ride. I needed a ride to Hamilton, I got a ride. I needed food. They made sure I ate. They made sure I slept. They made sure anything he needed or I needed was taken care of. What makes today even more special is today's our anniversary. We've been married 41 years. We've been together over 60. We were kindergarten and first grade sweethearts. And I have pictures to prove it. I cannot thank all these people who helped. They'll mean more to me than anything.
Thank you. Wow.
I'd just like to give a special thanks to Mike over here. He was amazing. I was kind of pulled Aaron out of the water. I really didn't know what to do. Mike took over. I can't thank him enough. It was just amazing, and everybody else too. But you know, especially Mike doing the CPR and everything else. It was, yeah, he saved his life.
Thank you very much. Yeah. For Mike. Well, I'm just happy that I can say that cookie and nap time turned into this wonderful relationship. So this, and again, and the reason we do this, and you know, our chief Joe here, we try to catch people doing things right around here. And we hold them up high as an example of the kind of community that you live in here in Niagara Falls, and we're really, really proud of that. So on behalf of your city council, all the grateful residents of Niagara Falls, we're so happy that this had a happy ending. And we'd maybe just put our hands together one more time to acknowledge all the efforts. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, it's good to see you. Hey, good ending. Chief, as always, thank you. Thank you very much for doing that. Appreciate that. Right? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Now feel free to hang out for the rest of the meeting. It's going to be fun. And if anybody's got Kleenex, Councillor Strange had something stuck in his eye. So please pass it this way. They're all here. Was it something I said? Everybody left. Okay, next up. What's that? I know. Well, once they heard the mayor's notes, what else is there, right? They know we're in good hands. We've got like Chief Scout over here. He's got us taken care of. Oh, yeah. I think it's something I said. I'm not sure. Okay, so next up is 5.3, if you're following along on the agenda, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee. The chair of the DEI committee is Marilyn Tien, and she's going to make a brief presentation to council and will include the discussion of the following items: launch of the DEI's committee's annual awards and announcement of the second annual 2025 DEI Summit. And I see you've got some members with you here today as well.
Actually, before that, I just a personal note and a reflection. Look at what our community is, and then look at those, you know, the successful girls and the soccer girls, and then look at our community, look after each other. So that's make us, you know, really cherish that what a great community we're living. So, good evening, everyone. I'm Marilyn Tian, and the chair of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee, in short, DEI. Committee of City of Niagara Falls. Joining me today is co-chair Sheila DeLuca and also our DI member Jido Tong. First, I want to extend my gratitude to Mayor Jim and all the councillors, especially we have a Councillor Mano Patel and then Wayne Campbell sitting on our committee, and also all the city staff that support have been given to diversity initiative in the past, and I appreciate that. And this really, for today, I'd like to share some details. Is right? Okay, where's the, sorry. So today I'm going to share some details of the two things we like to share. One is our DEI awards. This is actually first ever that DEI awards that we bring to the public, and also we will share some of the second annual DEI summit. Okay. So first, the purpose of the DEI awards is to recognize and celebrate outstanding contributions to diversity, equity, and then inclusion within our community, inspiring others to foster an inclusive environment for all. And also we have three categories. So first one is the workplace DEI. So this is to recognize a local business who demonstrate a strong commitment to fostering an inclusive and equitable work environment. And the second one is a community DEI award. So this award is to recognize the, sorry, I'll just use my, here. To recognize organizations or individuals who have made significant and lasting contributions to the local community. And then the third one is Youth Empowerment DEI Award. So this award is presented to the local youth resident or a group of youth residents 21 years or under. So the criteria of this award is basically we consider diversity representation, training and education, leadership, commitment, measurement and accountability, and employee feedback. This is for the workplace DEI award. And for the community impact award, the criteria is more community engagement and collaborative impact, effective communications, and also sustainable engagement. So for youth empowerment award, we focus on advocacy and communication, leadership, commitment, education, awareness, and community engagement. So for the nomination, actually, it is open now till the end of April next year. So the whole May will be the assessment phase, which is, our committee will have a subcommittee, judging committee, and then we will have the application assessed. So the announcement will be tentatively, we say June 9th. And then for the award presentation, again, this is pending on the council meeting, and which will be presented at the council. So all information is actually available. If it's not, will be available at a DEI committee website. So now let's move to the second for the DEI. Oh, sorry. This is kind of, the certificate, how it looks, sample. I'm sure it's not presented to Marilyn and Sheila. So, and of course, at the council meeting, it will be presented together with mayor and also chair and co-chair to the council, to the candidates, and information later on. And then in the end, I will just shout out to the council and to everyone just being shout out to the community and call for action nominations. So next kind of, so this is very exciting for the first year of annual DEI Summit. In fact, this is our first time to host. It was on March the 3rd, and thank you, Mayor, and also we have a lot of councilors being on the site to be supporting, and we have over 100 attendees. So the purpose of this one is, again, it's raise awareness, and also we want to, unite and also shared insights among the DEI participants and also different stakeholders in the community. So the format of the DEI, the summit, usually we have a keynote speaker, and we have also the panel discussion. And then we have a roundtable discussion, and it's 4 hours. It's really, after that, we have so many positive the feedback, and then they were just calling that they want to have more information. They were encouraging. We have more. Unfortunately, we are short of hands, and we can only do once a year. So that's why we are getting for the next year of 2025. One thing I want to mention that, our tagline is, firstly, is the theme, the title is Why DEI Matters, but our tagline is One Community and Many Perspectives. That's how come boiling down for being inclusive, being accepting, or being agreeable on disagreeable. So those a lot of, again, coming back for the principle of equity and inclusive community. So this is some kind of snapshots for the event. So the second annual DEI, and then will be again an exchange. The date will still look at first week of March. And then the format almost the same as this year. We have a keynote speaking, we have panel discussion, roundtable discussion. But what's new this year is we add the multicultural vendor, which means we will invite ethnic groups from the city of Niagara Falls and invite them, have a booth, and have interaction with our residents, participants. Why we do that? Because there's some feedback actually from this time. We have this panel discussion. A lot of challenges among the DEI is people don't. It's not that they don't want to, rather than they don't know how. So it's lack of some of in the knowledge, information, interaction, or experience. Then now we would encourage our different multiple cultural groups being on the site and provide how can I say interactions and also information, and this will be very helpful. So, and of course, we have very nice, the souvenirs, and then we have, and very important for the round table, I know we have a panel discussion, always limited time, limited people. That's why every of our members will be sitting at the table and being the moderating that table, round table, and collecting the different perspective, different insights, and the different, stories and the case from the different, industries, from different corporations. So that's what we, size-wise, we are looking at bigger size, maybe around, of course, more the better, and bigger the better. And then we look at 100 and 200 people. This year, we're going to take it. This year, it's free, and then next year, we were looking at $25 per person. Reason why we take it, because we want to have that revenue and then coming back and be able financially giving back to community and support the local charities. So this is for the second avenue, the annual DEI summit. So overall, in summary, our DEI awards and also our summit are vital steps towards creating a more inclusive and equitable Niagara Falls. On behalf of the DEI committee, I ask the council support and encourage the community to participate to submitting the applications and also attending the summit. So together we can uplift and also empower our great community. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of council for Marilyn or the committee? Okay, seeing none, so we'll look forward to the date in March. Oh, yes, Councillor Patel.
I just want to make a comment.
Okay, yeah, please.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to thank Marilyn, Sheila, and Tom for coming here for the presentation. I sit on the committee, and we are such a great group of people. And so I want to give shout out to all the committee members who work very hard, and Councillor Campbell, who's always supportive of everything committee does, and our staff liaison, Jason McLean and Richardson, I think, yes. They all do a great job. As you know, in the last 2 years, we had one summit done already. We are working on the awards, and there's another summit coming next year. And Jason McLean tells us that we are a very productive committee, and we actually get stuff done. So I'm really proud to sit on the committee, so I want to thank everybody. And I would like to put a motion forward to accept the presentation.
Okay, that's great. Motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Strange, that we receive the presentation. All those in favor? Okay, great, and that's approved. And let's get a smile, everybody. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
everybody. Thank you. Okay, great. So now I'm gonna, thank you so much. So now we're moving on to our planning portion of the agenda. This is where I'm going to ask our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Thanks, Your Worship. A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a 17-story, 393-unit hotel at 4709, 4725, 4745 Bender Street, 5655 Ontario Avenue, and air rights over a portion of Ontario Avenue and lands on the southwest corner of Palmer Avenue and Bender Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on October 11th, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and/or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll now ask Planner Andrew Bryce to please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and members of the public. The matter before council is an application for a 17-story hotel and ice sculpture and tropical garden exhibition. Next slide, please. I apologize. The site is located between Falls Avenue and Bender Street, as can be seen in the slide. To the north of Falls Avenue is a low-rise residential neighborhood. To the south of Bender Street is a intense tourist commercial area, which includes 2 high-rise hotels and includes Casino Niagara. In addition, there is an official plan approval for a 57-story hotel and observation deck above Casino Niagara. As well, there is zoning approval for 60-story hotel towers on the aviary site and the Michael's Inn site to the south of the lands. I apologize. The property is designated tourist commercial and is within the low-rise or 4-story area, building height area, according to the height strategy in the official plan. So official plan was submitted to permit a building height of 17 stories. The property is also zoned tourist commercial. The uses are permitted. However, the building height is limited to 12 meters. So an application was submitted to include, among other things, a request to include building height of 74.4 meters. As can be seen in the site plan, the building extends over Ontario Avenue and also extends over a city-owned parking lot on Palmer Avenue. As can be seen, this is a perspective from River Road. I've illustrated where, in subsequent submissions from the original submission, there was a reduction in the upper floor massing and an increased step back from the residential areas to the north. This is a perspective from the residential area, which again shows that massing reduction and step back. And finally, from the south, basically that's a view from the tourist commercial area. Proposed zoning relief. The staff are recommending a building height of 76 meters, which will include a roof feature of 4 meters, as well as any mechanical penthouses, which are normally exempt from the zoning bylaw. In addition, there is a request to reduce loading areas from 7 to 3. And the further reductions or the further adjustments to it, the yards as well as the coverage are to accommodate the building as proposed. A neighborhood meeting was held on June the 10th, and we received good input from the neighborhood, a number of questions and concerns raised by the neighbors. 3 concerns I want to focus on are traffic impacts, the building scale, and vibration impacts. In terms of traffic, the development is not expected to have a significant traffic impact on the residential streets. In addition, the staff have analyzed the impact of opening Ontario Avenue north of the site and reported back to council at the last council meeting, and noted no adverse impacts have occurred as of yet. In response to the concerns about building scale and the massing and the transition to the residences and the shadowing, the applicant has revised that application to reduce the massing in the upper floors, as well as increase step backs to the residential area. This step back has indicated that there's minimal impacts to the as far as shadowing on the residential area. And finally, as far as vibration, this is in relation to construction, activities that may occur and the impact on residences. Staff will be pursuing a geotechnical study at the site plan stage to address any kind of analysis of that, and then if there's any mitigation required to protect those residences. And finally, parking is provided as per the current zoning standards. There's no reduction being sought. And we will be pursuing landscaping at the site plan stage, including looking at the terraces and the surrounding streets. In conclusion, staff recommend the application, subject to the regulations of the report. Staff also recommend that council include a holding provision for an updated microclimate study and any related agreements. The applicant has submitted an archaeological assessment of phase 2 to the province, or they're in the process of submitting that. They requested that requirement be removed from the holding provision. Staff have consulted with the region who requested that hold zone. They're satisfied that this matter can be addressed at the site plan stage. Finally, council authorize a sunset clause in the amending bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bryce. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Bryce? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Bryce, thank you for the presentation. I have 3 short questions. In the presentation under the fire services, it says if the height is more than 84 meters, then a second dedicated fire main would be required. But in your presentation and in the report, it says it's 74.4 meters. Why would there be a difference from 74 meters to 84 meters? Would you have to come back to council for that increase? Why is that notation in there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member, that was just a comment from the fire department stating that if the height of the building were to exceed 84 meters, then basically that second fire service would have to be provided.
Okay, but we're not planning on increasing it, and if it is increased, you would come back to council? Would that be correct?
That'd be correct.
Okay, thank you. Second question, it talks about blasting not being proposed. If blasting is proposed at any time, would you come back to council?
Through you, Your Worship, that was a comment from I think the concern from the residences. We did have a proposal to the north that was ultimately turned down by the Ontario Land Tribunal. And that proposal, it's north of Michael's Inn, that had about 4 levels underground that was going into the bedrock, and they were proposing or talking about blasting to accommodate that, and that was a great concern to the residences. The applicant has indicated that blasting is not intended for this proposal. If it were to be proposed, that would be something that would need to be addressed in the geotechnical study, and you have to demonstrate that the impacts on the residential area would be mitigated.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, Ontario has no trucks and buses allowed on the street. If there's trucks and buses for tours, will they be going through an alternate way and not on Ontario? And if they are, will we be able to have some sort of mitigation for that? Through the mayor to Mr. Bryce.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, indicated by Transportation Services, trucks and buses are not permitted on Ontario Avenue. So I would expect that they would enter and exit out from Bender Street.
Okay, thank you. If we can just watch that, that would be great. Thank you very much for the answers.
Thank you for that. Any other questions of council? Okay, I think we're good. Mr. Bryce, thank you very much. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered? No? Is there anyone here to speak to this development other than the applicant? Yes? Okay, if you'd like to step forward, state your name and your address, and then we'll start the 5-minute clock for you.
This is 6.1, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I got some documents I would like to leave for councils to review. It's a whole bunch of pictures, legal things that relate to this property. And I have a question. I don't know if you guys answered or if people just come up here and speak. But has the city provided any bonusing for this development?
Well, if you want to ask the questions, and then we'll address at the end.
Okay, yeah. I would like to know if the city has provided any bonusing, you know, according to that 1.6 of the Municipal Act for this development. And if they did, if it can be revealed. That's it. I got
That was it? Okay, well, why don't we see, I don't know, okay, our CAO is going to address that.
Bonusing is illegal under the Municipal Act, so we haven't provided any bonusing or done anything illegal.
No, I didn't imply that, but I know there are exemptions when you go into 1.7 of the Act. I was just wondering if you exercised any of those. I didn't imply anything illegal.
No, if under to have it legal, you have to run a public program, so there's no public program. So anything else that would be considered advantageous would be anything through our CIP programs, which is a publicly available program.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just leave this here?
Yeah, if you want to pass that to Councillor Newestag, and then she can bring it to the clerk. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Craig Rowe. I'm a senior planner with GSP Group, representing the applicant here. Mr. Bryce did a great job and took most of my slides. So I'm just going to walk you through just a couple of the additional details about the development, which I think might help inform your decision that you need to make today. I believe I can kind of click along with the mouse or the keyboard today. Either one. Great. So in terms of the location of the subject lands, I just wanted to kind of highlight our location here. We're located right along Falls Avenue with this development. So we have Palmer Avenue to the north. Bender is kind of southwest, and then we see Falls Avenue there. So this property is comprised of 2 parcels of land owned by the same person. It's about 1 acre in size total of what we're working with. And the former use of this land was commercial as well. So on the northern portion of Ontario, it used to be a 2-story hotel. On the other part, there was another building there. I believe it was just used for commercial uses. So those uses have since ceased, and now what we've been looking at for probably the past 5 years or so are vacant paved lands, and they've been used for parking for numerous events. So generating additional heat in the environment. There's no landscaping on them, and generating additional stormwater flows coming off of that. So it's our client's opinion that the redevelopment of this land would be beneficial not only to the area, but also help to kind of rekindle this property and make it work a little bit better with the environment that's around. Just some of the photographs to give you a sense of the context. I'm sure we've all been down there many times. This is as you're coming down Bender Hill, so that's municipal parking lot that you would be seeing there. I'm sure if the mouse, oh yeah. So this is the city's municipal parking lot right here. So this is being retained. The city is going to continue to retain that parking lot, and then the property starts down here and heads towards Ontario Avenue. So this is Ontario Avenue, which we now understand has been opened all the way through. There's a report to council on that at the last session. The building would be bridging over top of this and leaving this as an open cut through here. So this will be for pedestrians, it will be for traffic, and the building will be structured up above it. Similar in height, we had to generally match what was done for the Hilton with the sky bridge that they have to the casino. So keeping that height up so that we can get any necessary traffic through that area. This is down at the south end of the site. So the area we see here is under different ownership. So this is also used as a parking lot area. So the building would be located up in this area in terms of the view shed. So really what the development concept that we have, as Mr. Bryce touched on, we're dealing with all permitted uses. So we're not here asking for any permissions to add any new uses into it. It's a tourist commercial designation, it's a tourist commercial zone. What this building is going to contain is 393 hotel rooms, and those will be located on the upper floors. We also have two very unique exhibits that are being proposed. The first one is an ice sculpture exhibit. So this is starting above the parking garage, up above the mezzanine. So these will be sub-zero rooms where you can go in. Artists will be preparing ice sculptures. It's a great tie-in with the Winter Festival of Lights. Rotating exhibits, this area will have its gift shop, but really a unique opportunity to bring different arts and culture into the area. Above that will be a tropical atrium from the 6th floor to the 14th floor, open all the way. In this, there'll be a variety of different species and plants. In some of the hotel rooms, we'll have room or views down from the corridor into the tropical garden. And from an energy efficiency standpoint, the heating that's generated from the cooling room will be sent back up to the tropical atrium. So the developer is looking very closely at some of the energy efficient cost savings and helping the building kind of run on its own, which is very sustainable and climate change minded, which is good. There's going to be 2 retail stores at grade. No confirmed tenants for anything with that right now, but just an opportunity for some shopping in and around that area. And then on the 17th floor, which is the top floor, a buffet restaurant that overlooks the city. As we know, there are some questions about the idea of blasting. This development isn't going very deep in the ground. We're dealing with quite a bit of grade change. We have a little bit of underground parking, about 1.5 stories at the deepest part, and then we have 3 layers of structured parking all within the building. So we won't be going down that far. It's probably just going to be your typical HORAM. You don't typically blast in urban environments. They're not very good, and nobody likes them, and it's not a common activity. There will be public realm and streetscaping enhancements done all around the building, so working with the sidewalks, working with different approaches to landscaping, which will really revitalize that area. It's kind of stagnant in its urban condition right now. And the building has been recessed and built in, keeping in mind that municipal parking lot. So in the event that the people mover does go forward, it can integrate a station right into the building, which is excellent. And I think most importantly is the creation of 250 new employment opportunities out of this development. So I think that's a very important thing for council to consider. And this would be all things working from both the attractions in the hotel and working in the restaurant. So these are just some different perspectives. I think the things to highlight are, and we're at the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment stage. We've got a lot of good feedback, and we've been working to get the design just right. The final treatments of the building and everything are still going to be worked on as we go through detailed design. But I think what's important to look at here is the massing of the development. And the things I would highlight is that we provide some step backs in here. So this would be at the north end at Palmer, where you can see where that municipal parking lot is being maintained. And that's where you could have that potential people mover integration. We've added a bit more glazing on the top to make it a little bit more airy. When you use dark color solid materials up there, it seems a bit more brooding. And then we have the cut through, which goes here, which will be this new kind of pedestrian tunnel that goes through to Ontario Avenue. And that's the clearance that I was talking about. So that's similar condition that we would see with the Hilton down the west end of town. These are just some other perspectives, and Mr. Bryce showed us the site plan. But really the reason that we're here is that in the city of Niagara Falls and tourism area, there's a height strategy. It categorizes things as low, medium, and high, and it stops right at Bender, and there is no designation on these lands. It's unclear why it's there, because Falls Avenue is the natural kind of break in the tourism area. So we're in and we're asking for height permissions. Right across the road on the Casino Niagara property, they can go up to 30 meters in height. We're coming in at 17 stories, which is tempered about half of that. And it's being all used for hotel. It's being entirely used within this building. It's not overly large, but it is going to have a presence on the skyline, as it's right there at the terminus of the Rainbow Bridge when you come across. So it's very important we get the design right on this. As I know, in terms of the zoning bylaw amendment, we're not asking for any additional uses or things like that. Because we're dealing with multiple properties, we got to deal with a lot of setback issues. So what we're doing is we're treating this the subject lands as basically one property. So we've done something that's called deeming yards, which is saying that Bender Street will be our front yard, along Falls Avenue will be our rear yard, so we can apply the zoning setbacks to the building and get it right. We do have some pinch points and some increases in lot coverage that we're asking for, and that's to wholly build on the on the entirety of the site where it makes the most sense, and then a small reduction in the loading. All of our, we'll call it back of house, is going to be underground in the southern portion of the building. So there won't be any active loading docks or any of that animation that would break up the aesthetics of the area. So this is just kind of showing you that figure 4 of the official plan, the odd break and the height strategy there. So we're asking for high height, although we are capped at 17, not the 30 that it would allow. So that'll just be added to that amendment there. These are the site-specific zonings, so an indication the deemed yards, you can see this in your agenda package, and then our site-specific setbacks. They're quite minor for what it is, aside from the height. But again, we're tempered at 4 stories or 12 meters, which is pretty low for that area of town. And just to kind of highlight some of the supporting studies and reports that we did, this project's been a long time in the making. We've done many studies, many different iterations of designs, a couple addendums to different reports. We've prepared a planning justification to indicate how this works well within the city's tourism policies. Working with those really good open house comments we got to get the angular plane right on this building to ensure we're not having a negative impact of shadow and overlook and things on adjacent neighborhoods. Our traffic impact study, the one thing I would highlight is that this was done in August of 2023. It was done during the weekday, and it was done during the weekend as well, around 3 o'clock, which is typical check-in time. So taking into account those existing flows of traffic that we have that are coming into the city in high season. So from that, it resulted and told us that we're okay, but we do need to work on Bender Hill with that turning lane. Our functional servicing report indicates everything's good to hook up. We need to do a modeling study, which is standard for a site plan, as well as our stormwater management plan came back good. As Mr. Bryce noted, our stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessments are done, are being filed with the ministry for final approval. We did a pedestrian level wind study on this preliminary design of the building. As part of site plan, we'll be doing it in greater detail, working with all the curves and edges of the building to make sure we have a comfortable environment at grade and that we don't have any negative impacts on the land uses around us. We completed our shadow study, which has demonstrated that we're still going to be providing adequate sunlight to the residential neighborhoods to the east. And lastly, we looked at the slope stability in here. Because we are in the rock cut, even when we don't go down, it's still going to be stable. It's not going to have any impact on Falls Avenue. So the summary and planning position that I'm presenting to you as a land use planner is that these applications are consistent with our new 2024 provincial planning statement. It conforms with Niagara Region's official plans as outlined in their comments. We think it's a reasonable amendment to this plan, and it conforms with the general intent and purpose of the official plan. The zoning provisions are appropriate, and they're quite minor for what they're looking to achieve. This is going to redevelop the east end of the tourism area, which people don't usually go to. So providing that anchor down there is really going to broaden the reach here and really create a lot of interaction among some of those existing uses that we have. We're going to be accessible by multimodal transportation systems. We have the Millennium Trail, we have WeGo, we have Niagara Transit, we might have the People Mover, all these different things, and it's very walkable as well. It supports your tourism objectives of the town, creates new employment opportunities for those people that live here. And all in all, we think it's going to be a great addition to the skyline and that it's going to have a really positive benefit on the tourism district. So with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've got Councillor Newestag and Patel.
Actually, I'd like to put a motion. Is it possible?
Well, not yet, but right now
Okay.
it's just questions.
All right.
We're going to, when I close the meeting, I'll come to you for a
Okay.
motion.
Thank you.
You good with that? Okay. Yeah, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for a great presentation. I really love the idea. The whole design is spectacular. I'm looking forward to seeing something like this in our city. And ice sculpture exhibit and the tropical atrium, that's very unique. That will bring the tourism and people in the city year-round. And I actually have one comment to make about the developer and their agents. You did a great job communicating with our residents. I hope that more residents get out to the open house so they can talk to the developers and give them their ideas to how you work together and you did the step back. And it was kind of a collaborating approach, and that's a great. I would like to see more like that during all the developments. And I just had one recommendation or one question for maybe Ms. Dolce. Because the location of the building, it's right at the corner and it's at the gateway of Canada. When people come from Rainbow Bridge, first thing they're going to see is this building. During the construction time, can I put the recommendation in to use different fencing that looks better, not just a steel fencing, because people will be seeing that all the time coming there. So just to, construction is not pretty, just to hide it away behind the fencing.
Ms. Dolce?
Thank you, Worship, through you to the councillor. So we will be coming forward in December with our fencing bylaw, our final fencing bylaw for construction fencing in the tourism core, and it is to make to beautify the fencing around so that you know, we kind of celebrate the tourist area and make sure that it's an appropriate type of fencing. So I think if you have concerns about the fencing bylaw when it comes forward at that time, definitely make your concerns known, and this development would have to adhere to that fencing criteria.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Dabrowski.
Through you to Craig. Thanks for the presentation. I think it's just what the area needs. I regularly drive down there, and there's 3 or 4 parking lots that are a bit stagnant, and that area does need a revitalization. I know we have the old Planet Hollywood building sitting there, so I'm in full support, and when the time comes, I'll be happy to second the motion. I like that idea that Councillor Patel just brought up. It is a gateway into the city, and during the Canada 150 celebrations, Mayor, as you'll remember, we had the new sign that we developed just to welcome people into the country. So if we can, I'm not a big fan of the fencing either, but if the building can incorporate some sort of either digital signage or something that would bode well, I think acting as the gateway building into the country, we do need to look at something. So whether
So is that a question for him?
Well, that I guess that would be a question. Do you have any plans, whether it be digital signage or something that bodes well for the city and the entrance into Canada? What would those plans be?
Of course. Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Mayor. As you'll see in some of the renderings, there is a screen showed there, so there's some contemplation about putting a screen up there, you know, the size and location of it. I think it's a very good comment, and certainly our clients are listening to that right now. It really is the focal point when you're stuck on the bridge for 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be nice to kind of know what's going on once you eventually get through customs. But yeah, certainly something we can take back and we'll be looking at as part of the site plan process.
All right, great, but great project, and I hope to see it come to fruition.
Thank you.
Super, thank you. Well, if there are no further questions, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Got motion by Councillor Newesteg. Yes, to move the 3 recommendations. Yes?
Can I also provide comment?
Yeah, let me just first get your second. We got second by Councillor Dabrowski. Go ahead, it's all yours.
I'm sorry, I've jumped ahead. This is just so exciting. I just want to thank the developer, through you, Mr. Mayor, the developer, well, the presenter for it, and also the developer for picking Niagara Falls to come up with such an architecturally striking development. The uniqueness and distinctiveness of what you're bringing to our city. It's not just, we have the falls, we have different things, but this is something brand new that we haven't seen before, and I think it's just a great asset. The fact that Councillor Dabrowski mentioned about the redevelopment of that east end of the city, it just kind of falls down when we have everything else looking so beautiful, and we hit that one, we just go, it's almost like a white dark or a north-south piece there. It just falls right off. So the fact that you're going to continue that on and people can continue their drive down River Road as well, it's just absolutely spectacular. Can't say enough about the jobs. Like, we're always looking for jobs, so we can't miss that point. And lastly, we're always talking about taxes, that this is another source of tax revenue for our city. So again, I just want to thank you. I know there's a whole world you could go to develop, and you came to Niagara Falls with this unique project. So I just want to thank you very much, and we're looking forward to this, and also the uniqueness of the warm, cold. You know, it's almost like we've got 2 different seasons. So the contrast and everything with this development is really did not go unnoticed. So I thank you, and thank you. Sorry, I jumped ahead. Just wanted to put that motion in.
No, that's great. Thank you very much. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had several neighbors contact me and said they were very, very pleased with the open house process. They felt that the developer listened to them, that they made changes when they needed to, and one person said it was the nicest open house that they've ever been to. So I'm very happy that we're getting a unique attraction, and thank you so much for bringing it to the city of Niagara Falls and listening to our residents. They were very happy in this process, and I'm happy to approve the project.
Super. Excellent. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I as well find the building striking, and again, thank you for choosing Niagara Falls. Your Worship, a lot of times we're approving new hotels. It's not every day that we're approving new attractions. I think when you think of the reason why people come to Niagara Falls, it's to see the falls, but why do they stay in Niagara Falls? And they stay in Niagara Falls because there's other things to do than just go see the falls. I think attractions are really what we need in order to keep people here. I congratulate the developer for bringing one to Niagara Falls.
Great, thank you very much. Looks like you got a lot of support. All right, so we do have a motion of council, moved by Councillor Newesteg, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Well done, everybody. Yeah, sure, you can. A little excitement. Okay, which one are we doing, Bill? Oh, okay. Oh, I thought.
It's not.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Got it. So I tell you what, I'm gonna ask you who. Kira? Okay. No. Okay, so we're gonna go now to item 6.2 I'm sorry, 7.1 under planning. And I'm gonna ask Ms. Dolch. I don't know if she has anything she wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Dolch, if there's anything you wanted to say about this item on the agenda? I know there's a recommendation that we support.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before you tonight, you have a report on the agenda on 7.1 regarding a common element condominium. All the details are detailed in the report. It is a smaller project, but one hopefully that gets built in the city.
Just if I could interrupt, there was a switch in the agenda.
Oh, sorry.
So 7.1 is actually the official plan amendment zoning bylaw for Lundy's Lane.
Oh, for Lundy's Lane, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so what I have is 7.2. So this, last month, we had a public meeting on this application. The reason that it didn't go forward with recommendation that evening in particular was because there was concerns with some environmental designation on the property. We've now worked out those issues and didn't have to put a hold provision on this recommendation. So they were looking forward to holding that until tonight to make a recommendation without that requirement to hold. So that's why it is back before you this evening. But you did hear last time about it. It's 2 9-story buildings on Lundy's Lane, an exciting residential project. And this was the one, if you remember, there's 25 units, large multifamily. They actually did get an article in the planning magazine New Reyes. They provided an article about how it's a unique proposal for the city for multi-generational housing.
Very good, thank you. Are there any questions of council? Councillor Lococo, and we do have the solicitor, Italia Gilberti. She's online, and she's here to answer any questions that we may have as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure who can answer this. In the report, it talks about that we will allow changes to the buffer without need for additional application. The proper environmental work will still be conducted through the EIS and reduces the need for the redundant applications. I understand the process, but I'm worried about the buffer with the trees in the back. So what is the process that we can change it? Does it come back to council? Usually buffers, there's a specific number of meters and that's it unless we approve something otherwise.
So we'll go to Ms. Dolch on that one.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So in this case, this was one of the items we were discussing. So technically we could have just avoided the designation. We pushed for the designation at this time, but gave them the ability to modify the designation. So in a lot of bylaws, what happens is if they do provide sufficient environmental impact studies that demonstrate that there is no negative impact, let's say, and the buffer can be reduced, we don't need to come back to council to reduce that in any fashion. In this case, they aren't proposing any development at this time in the rear of the lands. In the future they may, but rather than have to come back to council, they can look at doing it this way. There is some their environmental consultant has identified that there is some ability to reduce things through further study and work, so that's why they didn't want to have to come back for further council approval for this. They would deal with it through the appropriate process with the region and the NPCA. reviewing the documents.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if I agree with the process. I thought that council was the person to adjust that buffer, but if that's what the process is now that it's changed, then I can't say anything about that. I have two more questions. It talks about the sanitary modeling assessment, saying the existing sewers have capacity issues, but there's no concern with the development. Can somebody explain that a little bit more? If we have capacity, why is there no issues?
Ms. Dolch or Mr. Nickel?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just, I'll start, and I don't know if Mr. Nickel has the information at hand, but I do know Chris Room's in the room as well. So they did the third-party modeling. I'm going to defer to Chris to tell me what the results were, because we just got that information in. And that's why we didn't require the hold for that further work.
It's on here. Do I need to turn it on? We're good? So the comment that was received from our engineering staff was, like you said, just posted in the report. We didn't really get any further explanation more than that. My understanding is that I guess sort of the state of the existing services is, I guess, in need of a little bit of repair, but the proposed flows coming from the development won't make matters worse, essentially.
Okay, thank you. And if it is in the state of need of repair, will we be putting that on our list of infrastructure to be repaired, or will the developer be responsible for that?
Through the mayor, from what I can tell, it's not going to be the onus of the applicant at this time, because, like previously stated, the existing services don't need to be upsized in any way.
Okay, thank you. And the last one's more of a procedural question. I know at the last meeting we received this, we just received it, we didn't approve it, and now it's here. I didn't ask a lot of questions at that time because I thought we were going to do it now, and now's not a public meeting, so some of the residents didn't have the opportunity because it's not a public meeting now, it was before. So I'm just wondering about the process. Will we be doing this on a regular basis, that we receive a proposal and then it comes back under report and not a public meeting?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, this is a one-off, obviously, because of the issue we were trying to resolve on the environmental side. So we did obviously resolve it through this fashion, but we did already advertise the public meeting at that time, so we had to do it in this fashion. But normal procedure would be that the public meeting and recommendation would be the same night.
Okay, thank you. Could this have been a public meeting that the public could have come to with their comments?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the councillor, no, the public meeting was closed at that date.
Okay, thank you very much for the answers.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none, we're looking for a mover and a seconder to approve. Moved by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Newestag. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. So thank you, Ms. Gilberti, for being available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we are going to 7.2. Is that right? Just to make sure, Mr. Clerk? Okay, great. Okay. I don't know if I can trouble Ms. Dolch one more time to just kind of give a quick, just simple overview of.
Thank you, Your Worship. So now, hopefully I'm on the right one. So this is on Montrose Road. This is the common element condominium that I spoke about earlier. Generally, it's a small 9-townhouse development. The subject lands, you know, there's a number of comments here in terms of the region had some concerns. Well, there was concerns on a stage 1 archaeological study. They were standard warning clauses included in the conditions, so you have the conditions before you. There was a noise study prepared as well. There is some noise sources from Montrose Road that will exceed the MECP noise threshold, so again, conditions have been placed in the conditions. Generally, this proposal is isn't going to be affordable. I know there's a lot of concerns on affordability. It's based on the size of the units that are being constructed. So if that's helpful to council, that's something they've identified will not be affordable. They're proposing the 9, and there is a single detached dwelling as well. So in terms of the proposal meets all this, conforms with the city's official plan, the provincial policy statement, and we support it based on the following recommendations: that the plan of subdivision be draft approved in accordance with the conditions in Appendix 4, that the plan of condominium common element of 3151 Montrose be draft approved subject to the conditions attached in Appendix 5, and that the mayor and designate be authorized to sign the draft plans as approved 20 days after notice of council's decision has been given, required by the Planning Act, provided no appeals of the decisions have been lodged, that draft plan approval be given for 3 years, after which the approval will lapse, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to execute the subdivision condominium agreement.
That's great. So are there any questions of council? Does everybody understand? There are 5 recommendations to approve. Staff are recommending that we do approve. So we're looking for a motion and a seconder. Motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. If there's no further questions or comments, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. Now we go to 7.3, schedule of fees. There's a recommendation that we approve the attached schedule of fees effective January 1st, 2025. Are there any questions for staff? Yes, Councillor Newesteg?
Thank you. Every year we get this schedule of fees, and it's a massive list, and we approve it because each one we don't know exactly how much it's increased. Is it possible that we could, if there's anything that's more than a certain percentage that kind of is out of normal, that it can be in a sidebar that just kind of highlights it? Just that way we're not ever taken off guard if a resident said to us, swimming lessons doubled over a year. We wouldn't know that because we've approved it. So I know for myself, I will approve it with the confidence that nothing's out of range. So it just something for future.
Yeah, okay, so we'll go to Ms. Clark and for some feedback on that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Within the report itself, I try to identify all of the percentage changes, giving a range, and any new fees. So although the attachment may not have the percents or last year's beside it, the tables within the report should identify any changes. Like I think building and planning were about a 3% increase. Arenas went from 3 to 8% depending on the fee. So maybe we can chat if you have a different
just
vision.
something if it's more broken down for something more specific. So instead of just just so that we have that heads up.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no, that's great. So we're looking, just before we get more questions, we need to get a motion on, motion?
No question.
Yep, okay, we got to first get the motion on the floor. So Councillor Dabrowski and Councillor Strange, so moved by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Strange that we approve the recommendation. Now question, yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Clark. Do we have a rough idea how much more revenue we'll be getting, like like number-wise?
Through the mayor, at this time, I don't have that answer. I'm still going through the 2025 budget meetings with the various departments, and they've, based on, depending on council's answer to the schedule of fees today, they're building those revenue calculations into their estimates. So we should have a better idea at our January budget meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Baldinelli?
Through you, Mayor, just looking at the one that sticks out in my head is I think we went through this last year about sidewalk cafes and stuff, and just wondering why the dramatic decrease for the 3-year application from $1,300 or $1,030 to $200. If there, just an explanation, because I think we went through that. We went to try and make sure that we were the same as everybody else, but I'm not sure exactly what that means. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. That was a decision of council on the sidewalk cafes. Just recently, we were asked to reduce that. We did propose a different fee, but it was reduced at that meeting to $200 for the 3-year license and a $150 annual renewal.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? So we do have a resident on Zoom, I believe. Mr. LaFontaine, Jeff LaFontaine. Is he there? Can you see him there? Mr. LaFontaine, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, yes.
Oh, there we go. Okay, great, great. Okay, you're live, and you've got the floor.
Okay. Just wanted to make a comment first of all. I've never attended a meeting before, a council meeting. I'm impressed. Like, it makes me even more proud to be a resident of Niagara Falls. So thank you for all that you do.
Wow, that's a good way to start off a request, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Flattery
yeah.
gets you everywhere, but keep going.
Yeah. I would never believe what I saw today. So I'm, like I said, impressed. Thank you. Good evening, council. Thank you for letting me address you today. My name is Jeff LaFontaine, and I've lived and worked in Niagara Falls for many years now. Before my recent retirement, I was an educator, principal at multiple schools in the area. I read a news article several weeks back that indicated that several ideas were being considered to help the city generate revenue, with one of them being fees at the Chippawa dock. This was concerning to me. I loved that dock and had used it regularly to launch my boat. Along with countless others, we enjoy the access it provides to our own waterway. It's simply beautiful to be on the water in our own backyard in such an incredible setting. The views along the river are stunning. Simply stated, being out there is great for our overall well-being, mental and physical health, and thankfully it's free. Something to consider. In our area, we're blessed with so many local parks and walking trails, such as the Millennium Trail. The council helped to make a reality with the financial resources from our tax dollars, all of which our residents use for free on a regular basis. Others use our waterways for their health and enjoyment, and we launch from a dock and parking area that was also created and maintained with taxpayer dollars and is currently free. And it's my hope, and I know many others, that it remains this way. Our taxes are significant in the falls, and I believe we pay enough and should not have to be asked to pay even more via a possible user fee. Something else to consider. There are jurisdictions around the province that have no user fee. Muskoka boat launches at lakes such as Horseshoe, Ferry, Lake of Bays. Those in and around the Gravenhurst area and countless others in Muskoka are free. In Clarington, there are 2 free launches. Mississauga has 1 at the Promenade, and Windsor has 1 at McKee Park, just to name a few. If they can do it, there must be a way that we can. And I also understand that fees would be beneficial to help maintain the dock. A solution might be to have those from out of town pay a fee to use the launch. They have not contributed anything along the way, and this would be their way of helping us. I've noticed on multiple occasions at the launch the presence of numerous personal watercraft clubs and fishermen and ladies participating in tournaments. They occupy many of the parking spots and the spots on the road close by. Those are the types of individuals that should be paying fees, not locals. As an example of this type of fee structure, there's one at Barrie at Tiff Park that caught my attention. It's free for local residents and charges for those that are out of town. It seems reasonable to me. I believe this is something to consider. This will help generate some revenue and at the same time keep the boat launch free for all of us. Council, we deserve free access to our waterways. Whichever way you can make this happen, I know it would be appreciated and supported by countless residents of the Falls. I thank you for your time and appreciate all that you do for our community.
Thank you, Mr. LaFontaine, and I'll just check if there's any questions of council. So the boat launch fees are not on this report. They were deferred to budget, so it's good that they're hearing you. So Councillor Dabrowski.
Just one quick question. The Niagara Parks Commission, their boat launches, are those free for?
No, the parks charge. They charge.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if I can note, I do agree with the resident.
Yeah. So to have an advantage for living here. Yeah, Mr. LaFontaine. And yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. LaFontaine and point out that when this first came up to council, those were basically my comments as well. You know, I felt that it was important for locals to have some type of break actually living in Niagara Falls, actually paying for the construction of the dock, which is what we use the tax dollars for. But anyone outside of Niagara Falls should be the ones that are paying for it. So I just wanted to echo his comments and say thanks for attending the meeting.
That's great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so Mr. LaFondenne, thank you very much for taking the time and waiting to speak. It looks like you've got support for your idea here, and we like, and myself included, I like the idea of there being an advantage to being a resident here because you've already paid through your taxes, and for our guests, I mean, there can be a user fee. So I like that idea, and I know staff are taking note, and I see a lot of nodding heads of council, so that's good. So your time was not wasted, and we appreciate you investing part of your evening with us.
Thank you very much. Have a great night, everybody.
All right, thank you. You as well. Okay, so we have a motion that's been seconded. We'll call the vote now. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved. Thank you for that. And we move on to 7.4, Corporation of the City of Niagara Falls, Ontario Trust Fund Financial Statements, December 31st, 2023. Now, there is there anything that you wanted to say, Ms. Clark, before we know? Okay, so it's self-explanatory in the report. They're the financial statements for 2023. There's a recommendation that we approve. So I'm looking for a motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Newestag. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. 7.5, Union Marsh Drain Maintenance Budget Amendment for Flow-Through Account. So there's a recommendation that council approve the budget, capital budget amendment to create this project for the Union Marsh Drain Maintenance with a budget of $600,000. So I'm looking for a motion first.
I'll put the motion forward.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Dabrowski. Did anyone want to speak to this motion? Councillor Patel?
I just have a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Nickel. Is the $600,000, is the cost going to be shared with the owners and the city?
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Drainage Act would allow those costs to be shared amongst all the landowners who benefit from the improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I was just going to ask if the recommendation can be split into two. I think that there's kind of two different directions there. One is to create the capital account so that the work can get done, and then the other one is to charge the benefiting property owners that are in the watershed. And I know that that decision as well is going to come later on, but it is part of the recommendation right now. So I just want to vote for the project to go forward, but I don't know if council will remember. I mean, I know a lot of council members have changed already, but I do believe that this actual drain came to council for cleaning out maybe a little bit more than 10 years ago. And at the time, the city ended up paying for it, Your Worship. So this time, it looks like we're not going to. I know I've argued in the past that, you know, it's part of drainage and it should be all-inclusive. The examples I gave last time were just, you know, different stormwater pipes, sewer pipes. If it has to be replaced and it's on your road, we don't charge those individual residents. Perhaps that's part of an overall system. So I did think of one that's really not part of an overall system, and it's stormwater management ponds. I mean, stormwater management ponds, they actually service one particular subdivision. And I know we had a report last year saying that we had to clean a whole whack of them out, and I think it was going to be around $500,000 a piece. We don't go in and just simply charge, you know, the people that live in that subdivision. It's part of the overall cost of, you know, how we, I guess, take in our expenses and look at drainage. So, I mean, I'm in favor of the project going forward. I just would like to vote against who pays for it.
Okay, so two things. One is, how many is the whole whack? I'm just curious how many that is.
Well, I bet you Mr. Nickel can elaborate.
Like
but
2?
No,
10?
I'm going to guess maybe at least a dozen.
No, on the
stormwater management ponds. How many of them do we have to clean
You
out?
called it a whole whack,
Yeah.
and we weren't sure exactly that.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I mean,
It's like a bowl of pins.
We have about 5 right now that are, you know, should be done now or yesterday, I'll say, and there's about 20 plus in the city and more added with new development coming. So it's in a need for sure.
20 plus is a whack. Okay, I just wanted to know that. And now I'll go to our clerk. Mr. Clerk, how might we go about splitting this? Do you have any suggestions or CAO on how we might split the, CAO, did you want to weigh in, Mr. C?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that on a stormwater management pond, which you bring up, Councillor, the cost of that is spread around everyone who is paying water rate. The challenge with these rural drains is no one's paying anything in any of those rates. So yes, no one pays for the cost to clean up a stormwater management pond is spread across everyone who's actually being charged water and wastewater. So it goes into the budget. In this case, they are not paying stormwater management because they're not on the system. So in this case, the person who has their house and paying stormwater would be subsidizing somebody who's not paying for it. So if you transfer it again if you transfer this to the rest of the community, then they're paying for their system plus somebody else's system. And these people are not paying, including the city, who's the road authority, is not paying anything for their use of their water, or in this case, stormwater management. So just stormwater management pond is being charged to the people who get benefit from it, the system as a whole. In this case, they're not, the people who are attributed the cost are the only ones benefiting from the cost. So not for clarity. And you can split the motion. I think we can just create two motions.
That's what I was after. Yeah, so how would you suggest that, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, if it's, we could consider this like a friendly motion if it's agreeable by the mover and the seconder. And I believe that the first motion then would be that council approve a 2024 capital budget amendment to create project STMS 60-24 for the Union Marsh train maintenance with a budget of $600,000. And then the rest of that motion would be the second part.
Okay, so who made, I can't remember. Councillor Lococo and Councillor Dabrowski. So are you agreeable?
Yes, I'm agreeable.
Okay, so the first part of the motion is the approval of the capital budget amendment, $600,000. Okay, that's the first part of the vote, and we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And Mr. Clerk, and the second part is, which part? Do you want to just read that out?
Yeah, the second part of the motion then would be that this be funded by external contributions from benefiting property owners in the watershed, including the city as a benefiting road authority and landowner.
Okay. And then the second part, we'll vote, all those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Okay, with 1.5 opposed.
I'm in favor.
Yeah, I need more than a half. It's like a whack. It's another measurement. So, okay, we got that. So that was approved, okay. Item 7.6, decision, or report on community decision-making pilot project results, next steps. And this, as you'll recall, and I'm gonna look for a motion, as when we went to the public with $350,000 and we got insight and we had surveys and they told us what they thought we should spend it on for recreational things, Ms. Moldenhauer's department. So we're looking for a motion, Councillor Lococo?
Yes, my motion is to refer this to budget.
Okay, to refer this to budget? Okay, and the recommendation is that we
Approve it now.
Approve it now, I see, okay. Okay, yes, Mr.
Correct. Through to the mayor, thank you. Just for clarification purposes, we have already approved the $350,000 because that was part of the 2024 capital budget.
Okay.
So we already have approval for the money. We're coming here to want to inform council about the community decision-making process and the projects that our community selected, and we're just looking for approval so we can go forward with our projects.
Okay, so Councillor Lococo, are you, so it's already been approved? So there's no budget decision to be made, it's already been approved last year?
Thank you. So the budget is approved, but the items are not, and that's what we'll discuss right now then.
Yes, I guess the allocation's been done, but it's, the money's already been approved.
Right. But not the allocation. So how do we go about that with the motion?
Mr. Cielo?
No, in the previous budgets, this was approved, and the direction was to go to get the projects based upon community input. So council didn't approve the specific projects, they approved the process to go out. So either council is rejecting the projects that are there that were approved and are budgeted for, or or you're going ahead with the previous decision. So, because when council approved the community budget, there wasn't anything specific. It was to go to get pulled and to get community input. So that's what the community inputted on. So the 350 was last year's budget. So there is no budgetary impact. But council could reject the recommendations coming from the initiative and not, and do a budget adjustment back to last year.
Thank you. I guess the way that I'm looking at it, I've had several residents contact me about the process, that there were items on there and they had no opportunity to give feedback, just pick and choose ones. And now that our economy and our budget is going to be very difficult, we're looking at increased policing, we're looking at increased water and wastewater from the region. The thought is out there, do we really want to spend $350,000? And they keep on telling me, I'm not picking on any project, but the one that keeps on coming back is the concrete picnic table. Do we really want to spend money on those types of items when we are in a very, very tight budget year? So that's why I wanted to refer it to the budget time where we could discuss it a little bit more at that point.
Just a suggestion, I think now's the time to talk about it. I mean, you've already done the survey, and if there's something you don't like that's in there, then now would be the time to talk about it, rather than refer it to budget, because it's already, the budgeting has been done. It's just the specific allocation for whether it's gonna be a picnic table, or if it's gonna be a pollinator garden, or whatever the case may be. So I don't know if you had specifics about this?
It's not what I like or what I don't like, it's the comments that I'm receiving, that why would we spend money on those types of things if it's a really tight budget year? And that there was no room for other comments, it was just picking and choosing certain ones. So that's where I'm stuck at.
Well, you can put your motion, if you like, you can put your motion on the floor. I appreciate what you're saying. I mean, every year is a tough budget year. There's never not been a good tight budget year, ever. And every thing that you just mentioned goes up every single year. I know the police are looking at 15% right now, and transit's looking at, what is it, 8 or 10% right now. But, so I know, inflation's the biggest challenge right now. And I just had a survey just recently that I was looking at, and it's inflation. Everything's inflationary. It's tough for sure. So, I mean, if you want to put the motion out there, then the floor is yours.
I'm the one that brought up participatory budgeting, and I do believe in the process. Participatory budgeting, which we renamed to community decision-making, and this was a pilot. A lot of times municipalities don't just look at a recreation budget, they look at other things. And I know we've talked with the CAO, and he felt that let's take some baby steps and work towards participatory budgeting. And the easiest one was the rec and culture, because we were going to spend the money anyway. So it was my idea. I brought it forward many years ago. I do believe in the process, but I think that we really need to look at this being part of, just because we've approved it from last year, do we still want to do that? And I think it should be with the budget coming up, and not a discussion at this point to approve it.
Okay, so we'll hear from it, and then you put your motion.
Yeah, so, and I can confer with the clerk, but one option might be, because there are ranked options here, if you reduce the size of the budget, we can go back and reduce that. The only thing is, I'd like to talk to the clerk, because the budget was set both in 2023 and 2024, I'm not sure if this would qualify as a reconsideration, and I'm asking that openly, that we could maybe take a quick look at that, because essentially council ruled that they were going to spend $350,000. So to adjust it, we may need a minute or two to think about whether that's really a reconsideration of a prior council decision to adjust the budget. But I think that would be the easiest way to do that. Because in my simple head, council's ruled on the budget and ruled on it coming from the rec plan. Council can change that to say, well, instead of 350, because times are tough, we'll go anywhere from 0 to 350. I just think it might be a reconsideration that we might need a minute or two. But that's the other option, Councillor, is instead of deferring the decision, you can just reduce the budget. And the way the system has been set up is that we can just then allocate what is ever remaining to the highest ranking projects.
So we're gonna ask our clerk for,
Well, I was trying to buy some
Yeah, I
time so
know that.
he
You're
could
doing it.
think.
Well, just to confirm, I believe what I was hearing is that the amount of $350,000 wasn't what was being asked to be referred, but it was how it was being spent, correct? So I don't know if we would need a motion for reconsideration if the amount is not changing.
No, but if we change the amount, so if we spend less than the 350.
I'm not asking to change the dollar amount, I'm just asking the discussion to come at the budget time, and then we can figure out what could be spent on what at that time. I'm not saying take something out or put it in.
Yeah, the only challenge is this 350 is not being discussed.
I see that now, yes.
At the future budget, it's already been decided. So the new budget, and that's where we, in the other recommendations, we say we move this to a 2-year program, and those decisions on how much you'd want to fund it would come up for the 2026 thing in this year's budget. So like, I just don't know physically how to change something that was already put into a budget. So we've already changed, like we've already budgeted for it. So that's the challenge I have, Councillor. I think my only way is you can reduce it, go to 0, and I would just think it's a reconsideration to change the amount at this point in time.
If we are changing the amount, yes, it would be a reconsideration. I'm just not hearing that we are changing the amount.
I guess from the perspective of the residents, they wanted to wait to see what happened with the participatory budgeting, so they asked me not to bring up anything during the process. Let's see how it all played out. And now that they look at it, they see that projects, times are really tough, and they don't want to see that money go to specific projects. So I just thought it was easier to talk about it, but it's not that 2025's budget. I do understand that. If we have to vote on this, I got to think about it.
okay, so you don't have a motion right now?
No.
Okay. So do we have a motion? Councillor Strange?
I'll make the motion. I'd like to speak.
Okay, so we'll get you to speak. So we got a motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Baldinelli. You can speak now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, first of all, we got into this participatory budget because of Councillor Lococo. She wanted it a couple of years ago. And so and maybe Ms. Moldenhauer can speak on how we got as many, the surveys and everything. I know there's a bunch of different places where you got in touch with people. I think they did a civics class at St. Paul High School. Maybe you can explain which way we tried to get residents to fill out this survey.
Yep, Ms. Moldenhauer, and how many residents participated?
Okay. Thank you. Through to the mayor. We had approximately 523 completed. And with the surveys, of course, we did some pop-ups. We were at the mayor's barbecue. We had different pop-ups at city facilities. Of course, we promoted the survey online through our internet. So I believe we did a really good job of just promoting our community decision projects. And with all of the projects, they were initiatives that came out of our 10-year Recreation, Culture, and Parks plan. So as our CAO mentioned, we would probably be spending money on these projects down the road anyways. So we were really proud of this project. We thought it was great to go out to the community and to hear what everybody thought.
And was there any kind of price tag to do this type of thing, survey people's time, at different events, whatever it may be,
Yes, staff, of course, did go out to the barbecue and different pop-ups events. I don't have the exact total, but yes, staff did invest time into this project.
I think it would be pretty bad if we made the motion to do participatory budget. We get the people to participate, and this is what they want, and we want to turn it down. No, I think that's ridiculous, so I'll make the motion to pass it.
Thank you for that. Councillor Newestag?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Moldenhauer. So was it like a blank slate and people came and said, oh, we want trees, we want a chess picnic, or was it these are your options and decide which one you want?
Yes, all of the initiatives came out of our 10-year Recreation, Culture, and Parks plan. And we wanted to make sure we had some small projects, such as the little free libraries. People really like that. We had some medium projects, and we also had some larger projects. So actually none of the larger projects are recommended. It seemed that people like to go with some of the small and medium. And you'll notice in the report that we've really tried to spread out the projects all across the city. So there may be, you know, say for example, I think we've got like the misting station would go at Kaler Park. We're looking at like a shade shelter at Prince Charles. We're looking at a dog agility course, which I thought was really neat, having a dog at Farmers Park. So we really were happy to see like a variety of initiatives and a lot of small and medium projects.
So our residents came up with these ideas?
We, as staff, had a long list. And as I mentioned, some of the larger projects did not go forward. And within this report, actually, I think it was recommendation number 3, we talked about bringing a report to council in the future to talk about how we could pick future projects. Because with this one, we simply looked at our 10-year plan and the initiatives that we thought would really benefit our community.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Lococo and then Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll support this as is because we did start it, but I would like to see a change for the next process. And I think Ms. Moldenhauer just said that we would be given a list that we can choose from. So I'm fine with supporting that. And I did talk to Ms. Moldenhauer about the trees. A resident had a question about the cherry trees to ensure that they're native cherry trees. And she said that staff would follow up on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, great. I've got, sorry, Councillor Patel and then Peter Angelo.
Mr. Mayor, I actually want to commend our staff for coming up with these different ideas to make people's life easier and better. I understand Councillor Lococo said that times are trying and it's getting tough, but having a misting station, having a playground, it actually helps families. They don't have to go to water park. They can take kids to the park or Kaler Park where they can play around. There's misting station. You don't have to buy bottled water. You can fill up your own water at the filter station. So I think these are all I know it's lots of ideas. It doesn't mean a lot, but as a parent, as a dog parent, these things would be amazing. If we had this when my kids were little, that would have been amazing. So thank you. I would support this.
Thank you for that. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to say, I mean, I think council does have some control over the next one because with this one here, I think it was a multi-year approach in when we actually put money into this process. So I think we put $200,000 in last year, and then we put $150,000 in this year. So council can decide how much money it wants to put in advance, and then we can approve that. In terms of going forward and there being a list, I'm not positive that that's what council, like, I don't think that we're actually going to get the list. I think Ms. Moldenhauer is going to simply pull items from the 10-year Parks and Rec plan if that's what we choose to do. But it is up to council's decision of where we direct the money to. And this year, or this time, I guess you could say it was directed to Parks and Rec. But yeah, I'll support the motion as well. It's kind of nice to see all the little projects that are being done. I mean, if you go to Prince Charles Park, they do need shade. So it's pretty obvious that was one of the ones that were chosen. I like them all, to be honest with you, Worship. Yeah, and I think the comment was already made that the money is going all around, so that everyone can see something. So it's nice.
Thank you. Yeah, and if there's no further comments, and what I liked, I did the survey too, is you realize you only have so much to spend, right? And then you run out, and then you have to go back and reprioritize, and you can't have everything. And it's good exercise. And I love that a civics class did it because they came to realize budgeting is about needs, not always, not just wants. It's needs are your priority. And so I found that interesting. And the fact that I got people curious and engaged and they felt like they had some ownership. So I'm glad that we're following through on the outcome of 523 residents who participated. And Ms. Clerk would like to comment before we call the vote because the meeting's not long enough. She wants to see how much longer we can make it. So let's hear what she has.
Through the mayor, I just wanted to kind of echo Councillor Peter Angelo and just point out you may not have had a chance to look at the capital budget book, but exactly that in the contingent projects is the next phase of participatory budgeting where we've asked for 200,000, but it is contingent because we didn't know if council wanted to continue with the pilot project. So that's certainly your opportunity to discuss and figure out what your next steps would be with it.
Super. Okay, so we do have the recommendation moved and seconded. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. And so now we're about to go in camera. So, Mr. Clerk, I guess we need a resolution to go in camera twice?
Yeah, just to point out, you'll see that there are two resolutions. One is for tonight's meeting, which is normal for the agenda. There is also, you made an announcement earlier about a budget meeting on November 26th. That will be open to the public. But first, on November 18th, there is a special meeting just in camera, so that council will have an opportunity to ask questions about the capital budget. So we'll pass that resolution this evening as well to allow for that in-camera discussion.
So do you want two motions or one motion for both?
One motion for both would be fine.
Okay, moved by Councillor Newstead, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So we are now, for those of you at home, we are now going in camera, which I know it's always confusing, which means we're going out of the camera. And we're gonna go and have a meeting in another room that we get advice from our solicitor and things that we can't talk about in public. And when that's concluded, we're gonna come back in open. So it's a little bit confusing. Who am I speaking to? The camera. That's who I'm speaking to. Both of those people at home right now. Anyway, thanks so much. We're gonna go in camera. All right, welcome back from our in-camera meeting. We are now in open session. So the time is 9:19 on Tuesday night. It's been a long night, and we've got a little bit more. So now we're going to jump into our consent agenda. So we go to item 9.1, relocation of the farmers market. There's a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we support the report, that we're going to be relocating it to the McBain Center. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Thank you to staff for all the work coming up with our plans. That's great. So, okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we move the communications 10.1 through 10.4. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. And just real quickly, we approve flag raising request for National Day of Romania, the flag raising request for the Christian Heritage Month, also flag raising request for HIV/AIDS awareness, and lastly, flag raising request, proclamation request for Lung Cancer Awareness Month. So now we're at communications and comments to the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we receive for information 11.1 through 11.7. Motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Newestag. Questions? Councillor Lococo?
I'd like to pull some, please. 11.1.
Okay, why don't we deal with that one first?
Okay.
Okay, 11.1, resolution, Town of Fort Erie request, provincial funding remain available to support Fort Erie's primary care.
Yes, I feel rather than receiving and filing it, we should be supporting it. Having the urgent care center in Fort Erie would alleviate some of the cases that would go to the hospital when we do have the new hospital. And it can stay open in conjunction with the new hospital.
Okay, so you're gonna, well,
I'll
you
put
tell you
them
what, why don't we, kind of just withdraw those other motion, we'll do these individually. I should have done that first, see if there's anything anyone wanted to, so we're okay with that? Yeah, okay, so why don't you make that motion?
So I'll make a motion to support 11.1 for the town of Fort Erie.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Dabrowski, any discussion to that? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous.
Thank you. And the second one I'd like to pull is 11.3.
Correspondence from the Niagara region, okay?
Yes, the second one, the Solve the Crisis campaign.
Okay.
I'd like to pull that and put a motion forward to approve it instead of just receive and file.
Okay, so let's try to pull this out.
11.3, the second one.
Okay, one that the region, that we passed at the region. How do we find this?
CLK-C 2024-115 motion, Ontario Big City
What
Mayors.
page is that?
It's 294 to 321. I don't know what page.
It says on your iPad, it says when you go up, there's 24 pages.
Yeah.
Am I in the,
No,
this one? No, second one?
the second one, yeah.
Oh,
It
I
was
see.
passed at the
Oh.
region, and I think it was unanimous. I had a hard time
I see.
hearing when I watched it, but I think it was unanimous at the region.
Yeah, I think it was unanimous, yeah. Yeah, it's basically, it's the big city mayor's resolution. That's what it is. Okay, so you're making the motion?
Yes.
Councillor, second by Councillor Newestag. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved.
And the last one I would like to pull is 11.4, the Good Roads. I did speak with Eric Nickel regarding it. They are requesting if the city would like to support it and participate, and I did speak with Mr. Nickel. He said that it is a good program and that we could look into it further.
Maybe we can get some explanation what it is, and also then why does it say to receive? Like, should it not be saying that if you want support?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that's my my apologies. I didn't have time to receive and review this from Good Roads, but I did speak with their executive director, Scott Butler, yesterday. So this just came to us the time that the agenda was put together. The program is meant to leverage the province to help support local municipalities across the province in a rural safety program, because rural roads have a higher probability of road fatalities than urban roads. And we're one of the only jurisdictions in the world as a province that doesn't have a coordinated safety program. So this program hopes to leverage some money from the province to be divvied out, if that's the right term, to municipalities with rural roads on a proportionate share. So Good Roads wants to lead it. I don't think there's a downside for council, and we can come back with a report, or if you'd like to make a motion, I think it'd be worthwhile to support.
Okay.
So I'll
we
make
got
that
a
motion to
motion by
support.
Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. Is there any discussion to that? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved?
Those were all mine.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
And then the remainder of, who made the motion? Okay, Councillor Dabrowski and Councillor Newestad, you good to move the remainder of the items? Yes, okay. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. And then moving along to ratification of in-camera, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Council met earlier this evening in camera. There's a few items to ratify. Firstly, that Council, you passed a resolution earlier this evening to meet in camera on November 18th. We're going to add another component for that in-camera meeting, and that would be under the exemption under the Municipal Act of Section 239(2), Section E, which is litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality regarding an OLT matter. Also that in regards to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, that Council appoint 3 additional members, them being Pam Sharp, Ryan Joy Chidalapelli, and Patricia Bowe. There will be a bylaw in the next council agenda to also officially appoint those members. Also, that staff be directed to enter into an agreement of purchase for acquisition of 9.26 acres of shoreline lands from Ontario Power Generation. That staff be directed to enter a land swap agreement with OPG for lands generally described as a chevron-looking parcel within the OPG Canal Lands ownership, being a forced road lying between Oakwood Drive and Dorchester Road, and a portion of Dorchester Road allowance located between the CP Railway crossing and the Conrail drain. That the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute all necessary agreements and corresponding documents, and that council approve a 2024 capital budget amendment to increase project G4 land purchase by $160,000 funded from parkland dedication obligatory reserves. Next matter, that council approve a cooperative procurement in accordance with bylaw number 2021-04, and authorize the general manager of corporate services to execute the necessary documents for the provision of managed cybersecurity through CDW Canada Inc. with Arctic Wolf for a 3-year contract, year 1 at $142,000, year 2 at $220,000, and year 3 at $228,000, with a targeted go live of December 13th, 2024. Also, the council refer a one-time operating budget pressure of approximately $150,000 to the 2025 operating budget process to be funded by the tax stabilization reserve. And that is all.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Looking for a motion to approve. Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Lococo.
I will second it, but I was opposed to the committee appointments.
Okay. Okay, got that, Mr. Clerk? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Okay, we are, where are we now? A notice of motion, new business. So is there any new business? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last couple of weeks, we had Diwali celebrations throughout the community, and I had a lot of residents contact me about the fireworks. Up past the bylaw said 11 p.m. Some of the complaints were at 1:30 to 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was wondering if for next time when Diwali comes up, if we could have an awareness campaign about the bylaw so people are sure of when they can set off the fireworks and when they can't. Me personally, I know it was 2 o'clock in the morning. I was woken up by fireworks, and maybe people just don't know about the bylaw. So I would just like an awareness campaign next time.
Okay, how would, I don't know, Chief, is that something that you guys do, or do you have any?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, actually leading up to Diwali, we did utilize our social media to explain some items within our fireworks bylaw. But for next year, we can definitely maybe start a little earlier in anticipation of that and maybe do a little bit more than just our social media.
When you do your social media, do you work with comms too?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, our comms will piggyback on the fire department social media platform.
Okay,
we
great.
work in tandem.
I personally shared it in last of their message, I shared in last of.
Oh, you did too, okay, okay.
That would be very helpful. The second thing that I had was on Facebook, I noticed that there was a survey regarding owner-occupied short-term rentals, that the city was exploring this. It sort of threw me back because I remember all of the discussions that we had about short-term rentals, and I don't know if we approved that, and I've already had some residents call me and say that they were quite upset that we were looking at that, and when did it get approved?
Okay, Mr. CEO.
Sure, if you go back to the original report, it gave several options to council, and one of it was this was for owner-occupied short-term rentals, so we are looking at a changed bylaw for that. If you remember the debate, we have bed and breakfast, which is essentially owner-occupied residential area. Then we have nothing for short-term rental, and then you have rental, long-term rental in residential area. So we've done a bit of a review on that. There's a bylaw coming, but we wanted to get public input on the bylaw before council makes a decision. I think I'm looking at Signy. I think it's scheduled for January or February for it. So this is the public consultation part of it prior to it coming. But it was out of a previous report that council did debate and the discussion around allowing homeowners who are owner occupied to also allow short-term rental, which is consistent with British Columbia, Toronto, and many other jurisdictions.
Thank you. I know it was an option in the report, but I don't remember us approving that particular option. I know there was some discussion on it, but I don't remember.
Well, you're not approving it because it would have to, it will come back to council. So there was direction taken that we went to look at a bylaw. Okay. And that's what so there's nothing approved at this point in time. That's why it's out for public comment at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Those were the new business that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other new business of council? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just had a question actually, and it was about the first one, the notice of motion, the strengthening existing system of mandatory mental health care. I've read a couple articles in the paper recently. I think the city of St. Catharines, I don't know if they passed or if the mayor wrote a letter about that. Obviously the region, I think we just ratified that one. That was on our agenda. And I think the city of Welland did as well. I think part of the issue is, using the notwithstanding clause if we don't have enough shelter beds that are out there. And I guess through you to our CAO, I just want to know the position that Niagara Falls is in terms of, do we have or don't we have enough shelter beds?
Through the mayor, the region operates the shelter in Summer Street. There's adequate beds there. The region has always said if someone needs housing in crisis, they have adequate space and resources to address that issue. So we've never come into a situation where someone has asked for shelter and the region hasn't been able to provide shelter for that individual. So in my view, it's adequate at this point in time.
Okay, that's good to hear, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess it really takes the issue of, moving people out of encampments, just I guess to move them somewhere else if you don't have shelter space available, which is part of what the courts have decided. The other question that I had, Your Worship, was just in regards to timing. Are we being asked for a response on this, or are you being asked for a response on this? Because, again, I've already seen St. Catharines, Welland, the region, and then going outside of Niagara as well. I've noticed other municipalities, some have, some haven't. I think the ones that haven't really, they're single-tier municipalities, they're not in the same situation as we are. So just from a timing perspective, can you give us some insight into, like, is the province looking for a response on this?
Yeah, so, and
I mean, if they are, perhaps it's worthwhile to just simply deal with it.
So I did speak with the Premier's office last week, and I've spoken with a number of mayors across Ontario, and the majority that I spoke to, they're all either sending their own letter, some are going through the council. And just like during COVID, when we declared a state of emergency, I didn't need to come to council. I could have done that on my own. I prefer to bring it to council, you know, it's because we're a team. So I debated, because I'm 100% behind this. I was the architect, I was the author of it. I put this together, did a lot of research, looked at what the big city mayors are doing, what other cities are doing, did our research, bounced it off lots of expert people on the topics, and I decided to bring it here to put it forward to support. You know, the only downside of bringing it here is we're losing time, you know, because we're not going to deal with this till December, and the legislature is going to be out in December. I think I believe the 12th, the Thursday, so if that's the 12th, whatever that date is, they're out. They're out a week earlier. So it's a bit of a challenge because our meeting is, I think, the 10th, is that right? Or 10th? Yeah, 10th. So when we approve it, then the next day's the 11th, they're out on the 12th till January. So don't know how much impact it's going to have, you know, if it hits over Christmas, because we're well into winter, we're into January. So a bit of my challenge. So, sorry, yeah, come to you next, Councillor.
Would you prefer to deal with it now?
Well, I think it's probably better if we dealt with it now. It would be more meaningful, because in December, it kind of might miss the mark. And again, a lot of the mayors have already written their letters. A lot of the councils have already sent in their support, including the region. But it's, I think, just showing that there's support, that we all agree that what we're doing isn't working. These people that have got mental health problems, drug addictions, can't make good choices on their own. And it's incumbent upon us to make the decisions for them to help the situation. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's unacceptable that we've got these tent cities all over. I think it's unacceptable. And they deserve better, we deserve better, and there's a lot of things that are happening. Yeah, I've got you, Councillor. And we've got a lot of things that are going on in these areas that aren't good for them, aren't good for us, and quite frankly, it's going to be winter. The cold weather is coming. Tonight's supposed to get to -1. Then what are we going to do? Get propane tanks to be inside these tents that catch on fire, and we're spending a lot of our bylaw time cleaning up encampments. We're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars picking up needles, and it's disgusting what they have to do, what they have to clean up in these situations, and it's really unfortunate because it's not serving the population well. So yeah, if I had a choice, I'd rather be dealing with it yesterday than tomorrow, for sure.
I'll make the motion if you need a motion to, bypass our procedural bylaws. So I'm not happy to deal with the matter tonight. Sorry, can you turn your microphone? Yeah. Your worship, I'm happy to make a motion to deal with it tonight. I understand the issue of time, and you don't want to miss the mark, and you want your voice heard at Queen's Park. So I'm happy to make that motion to deal with it tonight.
Okay, so we got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Nieuwestag. So we'll have some debate. Okay, so I've got Councillor Nieuwestag, and then okay, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree that we're in crisis and that we need to be doing something because what we're doing right now is not working. I agree with most of the calls to action in the Ontario Big City Mayor's motion on our agenda at 11.3. The Niagara region passed the OBCM, Ontario Big City Mayor's resolution, to call on the provincial government, but wisely remove the statement on intervener status and the prohibition on open and public drug use. Most crucially, the region did not support the extreme notwithstanding clause powers that Premier Doug Ford wants. We just approved the region's well-considered and unanimous motion, which is great. Also on our agenda at 11.7, the City of Cambridge resolution approved the OBCM resolution, but did not include the withstanding clause. Out of the 29 Ontario Big City Mayor municipalities, less than half, 13, added the notwithstanding clause. The Ontario Big City Mayors has clarified that they do not support the notwithstanding clause. AMO, the Association of Municipalities, which represents 444 municipalities, has also released a policy position that advocates for real solutions to the crisis of encampments, not by invoking the notwithstanding clause. The province is the entity that is obligated to provide the funding for the resources that we need: mental health support, addiction supports, homelessness. The province has not provided these resources, and they have not put them in place. We are in a crisis. Those on the front line closest to the problem have asked for more resources and have been ignored. Now the province says it needs the notwithstanding clause to fix an issue that should have already been fixed with the tools at hand. Using the notwithstanding clause is a dangerous, slippery slope. It takes away people's constitutional rights up to 5 years. That's the legislation. Under the legislation, it can be loosely defined, potentially causing sweeping denial of freedoms. The province can provide the necessary tools, resources, and funding without removing people's constitutional rights. Some concerns that I have are the mandatory drug and mental health treatment and how that will affect the current resources, especially the long wait times that we currently have. Our courts, social service, and correction systems are overwhelmed as it is. With this motion, there will be more criminal charges, more court dates, and more incarcerated individuals. Currently, we do not have the resources for this. The region, NASO, and other teams have been successful in placing people in shelters. They've also been successful in moving encampments to less problematic areas. Many times shelters are full. Where are they to go? Properly funding the tools already in place, along with the well-thought-out provisions of the region's motion, is all that is necessary. We do not need to override a judge's well-considered ruling in removing people's constitutional rights and freedoms. There are some great examples of the programs that work, such as RAFT, the youth shelter in St. Catharines, that focuses on diversion before the youth enter the shelter system, and mental health and drug treatment court. These are the resources that we need more of. The province has a duty to properly fund these resources and programs. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association are opposed to the notwithstanding clause. They say, and I quote, "It is dangerous to our freedom and democratic society. Notwithstanding was also never intended to be used and should never be used to weaken or harm legal protections for marginalized and vulnerable communities." I believe that the province can work towards a solution, partner with the municipalities, and provide the resources first before moving in this direction. I have a statement from a homeless professional who wants to remain anonymous because of repercussions, but they say, "The unhoused situation continues to get worse. We need more appropriate supports and resources for our most vulnerable and huge increase in affordable housing. Poverty must be addressed as we have an increase in those becoming homeless just on income alone. If we could house them, we would see a decrease in those hard to serve that remain unhoused. They already have fewer rights in our community." I do not agree with the motion put before us and using the notwithstanding clause to solve the crisis. If this motion does not pass, I will move that we adopt the region's motion, which we already have. But I will not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor, what's your solution to people who refuse help?
Not all of the people out in the streets or in the encampments are people who are addicted or have mental health issues. There are people there for economic reasons, with children and with other family. So yes, there are some that can't, and I'm not saying that we don't need treatment. What I'm saying is the province should be providing that treatment. If you want to go to a treatment center right now, there's a waiting list. So an addict who would like treatment says, okay, yes, now I want to go. They call up, oh, I'm sorry, it's full. You're going to have to wait 3 months. That's the problem. We need more resources
there. So my
there.
question is, what do you suggest we do for the people refusing assistance?
There are people that will take assistance if there are more resources. A lot of the outreach workers do not have the time to sit and gain that trust. And, oh, sorry, the other thing that I did not mention
Councillor,
was...
you're not answering my question.
Well,
I've asked you twice now.
This is part of the question is, by acting on this notice of motion, we have removed all of the agencies and the stakeholders that are experienced that could tell you that. I'm not in that field, but all of the work that I have done, we need more resources. So by taking this motion tonight, we've removed people from...
No, actually, we haven't, because I've consulted with the experts So just like yours, you don't share who the experts are you talk to, you just have the same few residents that you get
No,
your
these
calls
are not
from.
residents.
No, but when you say residents have called you about
Yeah.
this, and residents called you about that, but you don't say who they are. I've talked to a number of experts, and I've done my research on this. And I know you just, coincidentally picked cities that didn't support notwithstanding. You didn't mention any ones that did, like St. Catharines. So I'm asking you, what are you gonna do about the people that refuse help? So we go out, we bring outreach, we bring counseling, we bring all the experts that need, and they refuse it. What do you suggest we do? Just let them stay out in a tent, out in the bush, in a park, wherever they are? What do you recommend we do then?
If we had more resources, the outreach workers and the people who are out there, would it be able to work with them longer?
No, they're refusing it, Councillor.
Some of them do.
You're ignoring my question, and that's fine. You don't want to answer it.
No, that is my answer, is if we had more resources that our outreach workers could spend more time with the people out there, then some of them would go. It might be a no today, but it might be a yes tomorrow. It might be a no the day after. And again, if we had some of the professionals here that could answer your questions, I'm not an outreach worker, but I have talked to several professional people in the organizations, but we've removed that, so nobody's here to talk about it.
We haven't removed it, but thank you. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, yes, Mr. Clerk.
Just before we go any further, procedurally, I know this is a little bit different than in most cases, but as it states right in your agenda, a motion may be introduced without notice if council, without debate, dispenses with the requirement for notice with a 2/3
So we should call the
majority.
vote.
So you've got a mover and a seconder. You should actually call the vote in this case before you entertain comments and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Appreciate that. So we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Newestag, that we need 2/3 majority to have a vote tonight and to bypass our procedural bylaws. Is that right, Mr. Clerk? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor?
I'm supportive because they don't, Queen's Park doesn't come back into session until past family day, so that's all.
Yeah, and this is just to, this isn't for the motion yet. This is just to have the debate. Okay, and one opposed? Okay, so that's one opposed. Okay.
Just on the one issue.
Yep.
Can I? Yeah.
Yep.
Because I know Councillor Newestag wants to speak as well. Your Worship, just on the issue of the notwithstanding clause, I think that's part of the reason why I wanted to get on the floor and ask the CAO the question right off the bat. Is that a situation that we fall into? My understanding was the courts have ruled that if municipalities don't have enough shelter space, then we have no right to move people from where they are. But I think the issue that you're asking is, well, what happens if we do have enough shelter space? And that's one of the things that I wanted to clear up right away, is do we or don't we have enough shelter space? It's good to hear that we do have enough shelter space, Your Worship. So really the notwithstanding clause, I don't necessarily know that it applies here. Is that correct?
Well, it just gives them that extra right if they need to, right? And so are they going to, or aren't they going to? It's not up to us, it's up to the province. Province makes their own decision. They're looking to hear what people at the front lines, the grassroots, have to say about it.
Well, on that note, Your Worship, I just know that what's being done now isn't working.
It's not working. 100% agree. And the other thing, like St. Catharines Mayor Cisco said, is they're setting up encampments next to schools, churches, people's backyards. So what, we're just going to let it go? Yeah, I don't think so. Time for a little bit of tough love. And unfortunately, some of these people can't make good decisions on their own.
By the way, it's your motion. Do you want to be up there, or do you want to be down here?
You know what, I'm good, because you know what, I've done my homework, and I don't intend to debate it. So I've got Councillor Newestag, then I've got Councillor Patel, and then Councillor Strange.
When I saw that article in the paper last week with the government asking that, although, yes, we do have mixed issues about removing people if there was no place to go, because the idea of just closing down encampments and leaving people saying you have to go, that's not an answer. We're no further ahead. But like Councillor Pietrangelo said, and we have to look at our own municipality, we do have the shelters. And I looked at this as finally we are talking. We're getting the other levels of government saying we have a crisis here. Let's start pulling together, and what can we do? Since 2016, more than 47,000 Canadians have lost their life. Yesterday, we stood at Remembrance Day and we looked at the people who gave their lives to save our country, and yet we are losing innocent people because of drugs. They can't help themselves. I think it's very much our responsibility as citizens to step up and help them. They can't help themselves. And whatever means we can to start to do that, we need to do it. And there are people who are suffering from mental issues as well. People cannot fix these problems. If they could, we wouldn't be having this crisis, and it's escalating. Two councils ago, we talked about the immeasurable social cost of what this is doing. Less than 24 hours later, an innocent man in our city gets murdered in broad daylight in a good area of town. Why? And yet we have, and what the saddest part about that is it became normalized. 10 years ago, if something like that happened, we'd be still talking about, people would be locking their doors, it'd be the number one chatter. It is becoming so normalized now that people just moved on, and it's not even a huge focus of conversation like it should be, because this is escalating, and this is not the type of society we want for anybody. The people who are suffering from mental illness, people suffering from addiction, and other residents. This Summer Street shelter is another major. If anybody wants to truly understand these issues, get yourself involved in that. We have businesses looking at leaving because of it. We have people roaming the streets. They can't even take care of themselves. The whole thing doesn't make any sense. So when the Premier puts something out there and says, basically, he's inviting a huge, that's how I read it, he was inviting a huge discussion to a social problem that is so complex that nobody has any answers for it, but at least now we're pulling everyone together and saying, let's start figuring out what we need to do. And to Councillor Lococo's comment, yes, we need to fund this. We need to really fund it at every level. So where we go as a province, as a country on this issue, I don't know, but we need to, I think we've hit rock bottom as a society, and we need to start moving up. So I think everyone together cares about these people. We just don't have the answers, and we're starting to figure out what it is that we need to do. So I just support the fact that we're having these conversations and trying to do something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I do want to thank you for your motion for bringing this to us, because again, you're expanding on this conversation. So I appreciate all the work that you did in this motion, because you captured everything that is affecting our society.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Patel.
I actually wrote down something, but I know Councillor Lococo actually brought in the Charter of Rights and Freedom issue, and there's nobody in this council chambers. There's nobody is bigger believer in Charter of Rights and Freedom. I carry a copy in my briefcase. I believe in Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and even I would say that every Canadian should be guaranteed all the Charter of Rights and Freedom. But even I say that by an individual, in fact, harming themselves, that we as a government need to invoke Section 1 of Charter, subject only to reasonable limits, or the notwithstanding clause. I'm sure vast majority of doctors will agree that these fentanyl and on-street drugs are hurting people, and that is what's causing these deaths. We as a government, we have to do something. These people cannot think for themselves, they are hurting themselves. Would we allow our family members or friends to sit and hurt themselves? We drive by when we are seeing people injecting needles in themselves, and they are not in the right state of mind. And when we offer them help, they do not want to get help, and they do need the help. So I am supporting your motion, and I also want to thank you for bringing this forward, because taking affirmative action and using common sense and alternate approach to solve drug addiction and mental health was part of my election platform, and I want to thank you for bringing this forward. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree. You know, we need to help, and we do have resources. You can ask to Gerald, Adrian Jugley. We do have resources. We do have hotel rooms if there's no shelters. And if you ask Gerald, he knows every single homeless person in the city. He does. And you know, and you get those ones that just won't go to the shelter. We saw it last year when our CEO went outside and there was a guy there who had no shoes on, and it was like -5, and he would not get help. Families are looking for us to make decisions, how can we help them? And because they don't want the help, because they're not in the mental capacity to want the help. They want to be outside. They want to be in these encampments when they can be in a warm shelter or a warm room. And we do have the supply out there. We do have, because everyone knows how many homeless people. There is stats, where they are, They know who they are. You asked our own bylaw, Gerald, and he knows. So I'm in agreement. We have to help.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or discussion? Okay, well, Mr. Clerk, I guess we'll call the vote then.
Obviously, you're moving.
No, that was for the bylaw.
Need a seconder? Okay, Councillor Newstead? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, opposed? Unopposed. And we've got around 250,000 homeless in this province right now. 250,000 homeless. It's out of control. And like you said, the fentanyl, it's horrible. Okay, we've got 13.2, notice of motion from Councillor Lococo, procedural bylaw.
Sorry, there's two motions on there. The first one is just. I'm sorry. Yes, the first one, 13.2, is a notice of motion. We did talk about expanding the 5-minute procedural bylaw for us speaking, and we did talk about specific, important, detailed items. So it's just asking to expand that 5-minute for our budget on those particular days, November 26th, December 10th, and January 21st.
Well, November 26th, our next meeting's not until December 10th. So this is your notice of motion?
This is a notice of motion for the next special meeting, the budget meeting.
Which is November, isn't that November?
26th.
November 26th?
That's the budget.
Okay, but this is a notice of motion, which is gonna be, what's that?
Well, if we can waive for November 26th, but then take the other ones for December 10th and 21st. I just thought about it on the weekend because we've talked about 5 minutes and everybody's trying to adhere to the 5 minutes, but in the budget, we're talking about millions and millions of dollars and that we will not have more than 5 minutes to ask questions, I don't think is appropriate.
What, so I'm just wondering, I know we just got some information from our staff about, I don't know if our CAO, a new system to help us be more efficient that we've been working on, for questions, that council has questions, so we don't have to duplicate, right? And not all ask the same question. I don't know what we can say. Is there anything we can say or not?
It was an education session, so it was done in camera as an education session, but there is the new, council got trained on a new system to put questions in through the system and get responses back. With the budget also, there's the period of time, is it 30 days? I'm going to look at Tiffany, where there's written questions that can be circulated to all of council on the budget itself prior to it going to ratification. So, and then the veto process. So there are 2 additional steps being put in place, but don't know if that's going to fully but that's the one that you wanted to extend the time period for.
No,
right?
November 26th.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So since the budget is one item, you're
The
saying that
capital
we only get the capital budget, it's one item, then we only get 5 minutes, that's it. So
I'm not
that's
saying
my
that. I'm just saying,
question.
the in-camera you can ask as long as you want. The system you can ask as many questions as you want, and you can write in as many questions as you want. And I believe at any point in time with the new bylaw, and you can correct me, at any point in time, you can ask for relief of the 5 minutes too. If you think that you're going to be time limited on 5 minutes, and council can take that relief option. So to me, we've provided some additional tools. I'm not sure if that's sufficient. That's for council to decide.
So.
And again, we did talk about that the 5 minute could be expanded for big, important topics, and I believe the budget to be big and important, so that's why I brought this motion.
I just thought about it, sorry, Mayor, through the chair. The other thing is the budget is broken down in sections, so I think, as you're looking at different parts of the capital budget, I think it's not, we're not going to go through the whole capital budget. You can, we could, if council wanted to, break it down into sections. It would be up to council how they wanted to do it, but if you wanted to break down public works capital budget, corporate services capital budget and do it by section, that's the other thing to do too. So it's not 5 minutes on the whole one. We can just break it down by section, because we normally take it, that's how the budget book is broken down. It's broken down by tabs. So council could decide to do that. It's really how council wants to go through the process.
How many tabs would there be then? Approximately.
Through the mayor, I think there's 13 or 14 tabs.
Well,
But
it's a
some
good
are much
topic for
smaller.
discussion.
Okay, so that's a notice anyway.
That's a notice,
Okay.
yes.
And then 13.3?
We can remove that because we've already talked about the motion regarding the notwithstanding clause. It was just to expand the 5 minutes, and we're finished now.
Okay, and then you got another one, 14.1? Oh, sorry.
Let's do curfew.
Oh, yeah, curfew. What, motion to go beyond 10? Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. That's good. Yeah, we're almost done, guys. We're right at the end. Come on. I saw you lifted your finger, you nodded, everyone did a little thing.
Look at it, actually. We blinked,
100%, I could tell, though, yeah, that's what he did, your finger. I can see it. Okay, I'm sorry, back to, so 14.1, Councillor?
14.1, I learned about I knew that we had payment in lieu of, so that means that the region, the municipality, the province do not pay taxes to the city. It's payment in lieu of. So then I heard about this heads and beds, and I did a lot of research, and I spoke with our finance department. When I've looked at it, the province is paying the city $75 per head in a university and per bed being hospital beds. So right now we don't have a university, and even right now we do have a private university, so the government would not be paying the $75. So this is basically about the hospital. And it's been $75 since 1987. And the Ontario Big City Mayors, the same one that brought up that motion about the homeless encampments, they wrote to the provincial government to ask to increase it from $75 to $165, and that's taking in inflation. Staff have put on some of the Ontario Big City Mayor's motion is on there, and then there's also a memo. So the one thing that I would comment on that is, yes, we are creatures of the province. The province can stop the payment at any time they want. We're getting $75 now. Tomorrow they could stop it. But a lot of municipalities are asking for it to be increased to 165. We have 402 beds here in Niagara Falls right now, and the region gets their portion, we get our portion. We're always looking for increased revenue. Right now we get about $18,000. So if we increase it to 165, it will be quite a bit more.
Okay, thank you. So that is, that's your motion?
Yes.
So you've done a motion, okay? Yes? Okay, second by Councillor Baldinelli. So discussion, we have time for discussion now. Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we are a creature of the province, and I'm not too comfortable with this. Just I don't have a lot of more information. I think I want to get more information. I just feel like, so we just put a new hospital in. The province has given us like $3.4 billion new hospital, and then we're going to ask them for an extra, what, 18,000 or something? What's the extra? Councillor Lococo, what's the extra that we would get?
The extra, it's going, we get about 30, and 12 goes to the region, 18 comes to us, so that's at $65. So if it goes to 175, it didn't work out the actual dollars.
Okay, so.
Do you know the dollars?
It's a little bit of money, it's not a lot, but.
Yeah, I'm just, you know what, I'm not comfortable as far as, you know what I mean, we do have a university, and
25,000 extra or 25 total? Split between us and the region?
Yeah, and we do have a lot of asks from the province and the feds, especially with the new sewage treatment plant. I'm personally not comfortable. I would rather either defer it and maybe even bring some homework back and get some details of exactly what Because if other cities are doing it, would that be a province-wide? You know, what would that do for us as far as just the extra city, you know, making this motion? I would be more comfortable to defer it. So I'd like to make a motion to defer this until we get some more information back.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, for deferrals.
Yeah, sorry, you're suggesting defer or refer?
Defer.
Defer, okay.
Defer.
Yep, so motion to defer is not debatable. It's always in order, and we should just...
Does it need a second?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, second by Councillor Dabrowski. We just, clarification, yeah.
Clarification, is the more information coming from staff or from me?
Who would do that research?
What additional information report?
Well,
Anything that we have, I don't know the exact amount, I don't know, you know, more details. I don't think there was much in the information that we got.
Okay.
You know,
Okay, come back with further report or more details.
Yeah.
Whatever the case. Okay. Okay, we can't talk about it because it's a motion for deferral. It's not debatable, so we just call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so that's unanimous? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, all right, so it wasn't, but it passed.
Just a further clarification, when is it deferred to? Our procedural bylaw says there has to be a date.
So what would be a reasonable date?
With budget, I'd say 2 cycles.
2 cycles, so, okay, 2 cycles, Councillor?
Thank you.
Okay. Well, if that doesn't work, you have to let us know, right, if 2 cycles doesn't work.
2 cycles is fine.
It's weird. There's a memo already.
No, we'll need to go back to the jobs.
Okay. Okay. There's another motion here, access to transportation. Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, this was brought to my attention a while ago by quite a few people about the bus ticket. I used to volunteer at the Project Share, and we used to give out the bus tickets. But Niagara Region Transit stopped supplying bus tickets to Project Share, and they would have to buy $6 a piece. And that were quite a bit of tickets they would have to purchase. So
$6 for one pass?
With the 2 tickets, but they have to give them to one to go home and another one to come back next time, right? And Project Share's money should be going to purchase food, not purchase tickets. So they actually talked to Transit Commission. I tried, but we didn't get any answers. So I brought in the motion just to see if our staff can bring it to the region to see what they can do. Because $6 is a lot of money for somebody who is going to the food bank. They're going to food bank because they need help to pay for their food. They should not be worrying about paying $6 to go to food bank. And there's a survey that says that people would skip a meal to pay for the transportation. And we have Niagara Regional Transit, we have lots of buses that are under-occupied. I'm sure we can have certain tickets for some people to use it. And we have a 2-hour transfer, transfer time right now. And 2 hours is not enough. I was actually at my doctor's office, this was a couple of weeks ago, and an elderly lady, she actually, after reading the motion, she actually told me that 2 hours is not enough for doctor's office because sometimes they have to go get the blood work done. And we all go to doctor's office, 2 hours is sometimes not enough just for the appointment either. So they should not be paying for a 2-way ticket just for the doctor's visit. If we extend from 2 hours to 3 hours, an individual that goes to doctor's office once can use that 3-hour transfer to go to doctor's office, and then another $3 ticket they can maybe go see a friend, go get a coffee, or go buy a grocery. We all talk about, today we talked about mental health issue. Biggest mental health issue reason is isolation. Lots of people cannot get out of the house because they cannot afford to go out. People who do not drive, or they cannot drive because of their disability, or maybe their social economic status. There's lots of reasons why people don't drive. But when they have to count for the trips, every trip that matters, they do not get out of the house. And if we actually extend those 2 hours to 3 hours, an individual that pays 2 tickets 2 ways can use that 2 tickets to go out 2 times. And that actually is really good for the social well-being. We talk about curing the problem, but this is some way of preventing that isolation or mental health issue. It might be drop in a bucket. Even if it helps 5 people, 10 people, I will take that over not helping anyone. So I would like to propose this motion and see where we can go with that. And I would like staff to engage with them, and I hope everybody on the council can support this motion. Do you want me to read the motion, or?
I don't know, Mr. Clerk, do you need to read it, or just the therefores?
Yeah.
Just the therefores?
Yeah, so I will move it, and hopefully somebody will second
Are
it.
you gonna read it?
Do you want me to read it? Oh.
That's what I thought we said. I thought you want me to read it, I can read it, but it's yours.
Please, if you can. Thank you.
Therefore, be it resolved that staff engage with Niagara Regional Transit for the purpose of accomplishing the following. Ensure access to free or affordable transportation by providing reduced rates and enhancing accessibility, which is critical for individuals utilizing essential services, including but not limited to food banks in Niagara Falls. See to that services are affordable, reliable, and accessible, potentially accomplished by expanding the transfer time fare window from 2 hours to 3 hours. This would help households reach food programs without paying for 2 separate trips. Additionally, exploring a pilot project that offers zero-cost bus access could enable many individuals to not only reach the food bank, but also return home with the food they receive.
Thank you.
Good? Yes, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Discussions. I got Councillor Lococo and Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I completely see where Councillor Patel is coming from and wants to get to. The wording in there is ensure free or affordable at reduced rates. The Niagara Regional Transit is already working on this for quite some time. In August 27, 2024, this year, they released a report, and they already had a low-income pass, but it was only for ODSP recipients. They want to change it to a transit benefit pass to include ODSP, OW, and household income at the low threshold income, and they want to do this for 2026. The cost, it would be $50, which was reduced 50%, and it was decreased. It decreases their revenue of $275,000. Some of the criteria in the motion is very difficult to measure. For example, if we look at food banks no longer use income qualifiers. That means for clients, that means anybody can go. I can go, you can go, anybody can go. So somebody going to a food bank isn't necessarily in need of a bus pass. They may be, but that's why they wanted to say that it should be by social assistance, OW, ODSP, and a low income threshold. The program that Niagara Regional Transit takes into account the ODSP, OW, and the low income. Councillor Joyce Morocco has been working on this for quite some time. As I said, it's August 27th that it came out. The second part of Councillor Patel's motion about the expanding the transfer time, I have no issues with that. I think that's a great idea. I'll support that, but I won't support the first part because I think it's already being done through Niagara Regional Transit.
Okay, yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councillor Lococo's comment, $50 is a lot of money for pass for people who cannot afford to buy, actually pay $6 two-way tickets. And I have worked there. I have volunteered at the food bank. People do come there, they do drive. But people who actually walk out with those 2 boxes, if you actually can't afford to get a taxi, you will not walk out with boxes in your hand to go to the bus stop. So if you can afford, you will not be asking for the ticket. So I think, I believe that people who are in the need, they should be getting free transportation from the food bank. Because most of the people, I would say, yes, everybody can go to food bank. Maybe 20% of people who do not need food bank go to food bank. That's actually, I think we are putting criteria on people and we are telling people that they're using food bank when they don't need to use it. But people who go to food bank, they really need to use it. I have seen it. So those people really need help, and I think we should be helping them.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Patel. I'm in agreement that something could be done, and I'm sure that everybody's been looking. And I'm on the steering committee for transportation as well, and I could bring that up as well. As for transfers, I wasn't sure where Councillor Patel was going. I understand that you get a transfer ticket. It's not a separate ticket, and it's a transfer from where you are to where you're going. You can't go to the food bank and then somehow use it, go home and then use it again type thing, you know what I mean? So it's a transfer, meaning you go and then you leave within 3 hours. I think 3 hours is justifiable. 2 hours, I do think it's unacceptable, especially when you have to go see a doctor or something like that. So I'm in support of the recommendations. I understand that region's already looking into some things like Councillor Lococo has said, but I think we're all going in the same direction. So I'll approve the motion. Second motion, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other, yes, Councillor Lococo?
Could we break up the motion
Yeah.
into 2 pieces? Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any other discussions? Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, there's been a recommendation to split them. I think that's a good idea. This way, we can all support it.
Yeah, so we have a motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski, and we will just vote on number 1 that was read off by the mayor under the therefore be it resolved section of the councillor's motion.
Okay, so we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, we have 1 opposed. And then now we'll do number 2. Yep, so we'll vote on the second part. That's going from 2 to 3 hours for the transfer, that part. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And I have to say, one thing that's always kind of bugged me is that our buses, by and large, are empty. Aside from the routes that go to Brock and Niagara College, they're empty, and it costs nothing to put a bum in a seat on the bus. And there's no cost involved in that. So why we couldn't, for those vulnerable that need it, why wouldn't we, utilize that? It's empty. We're not giving them anything. It's space. Never understood that. So we are now at the bylaws. We are now at the bylaws.
Second and third.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Newestag to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Now we're looking, that's it, right, Mr. Clerk? Motion for adjournment?
No. I just got one more thing, if
Oh,
that's
yeah,
okay.
yeah, geez, sure.
Sorry, Mayor. So
vote.
at the beginning of your communications, you forgot a big event that happened last Wednesday.
Yes,
Which
I
was
did.
at the Service Center, and I just want to commend Ron Wood for championing this. He did a great job, and he had the first ever Dalton's Wish chili cook-off, and it was at Niagara Service Center, and he did amazing, and basically challenged departments to make chili, and all the money raised was going to Ron McDonald House, and for Dalton's Wish, we're given toys and gift cards and gifts to families and children at Ron McDonald House during Christmas. So we appreciate it, Ron. You did such an amazing job, and I know he wanted special thanks to Andrea, Charlene, Savannah, James Sika, and Eric Nickel and management for support on this event. In the end, first place went to the front office administration staff, with a close second going to the wastewater team, which I don't know if that adds to
they make their chili.
if it adds to the chili or not, I don't know. And then the third place went to forestry department. But just amazing. I'm looking for. Unfortunately, I couldn't. I was at a wedding in Mexico. I couldn't be at the event. But I just want to thank Ron and everyone and everyone that participated. And I know Dalton's mom was there, and you were there, Mr. Mayor. And I know she is so appreciative. And we're coming up on 10 years of Dalton's Wish, and I'll have a date coming up next meeting at Boston Pizza with Rob Phillips. It'll be in the third week of December, so I'll have that date. But I just want to thank all of the city and everyone that came and spent the money and paid for the chili, and for all the departments and I hope it's bigger and better next year. And it was great to get $2,215 for Dalton's Wish in the first inaugural Dalton's Wish was amazing. So thank you everyone from the city.
And I just have to say, and it was great chili. And the one was buffalo chicken wing chili, which was like a light color, which was a little weird, but it was very it won. It crushed.
The forestry one that was from chicken.
Yeah, the forestry one, they put wood chips in there, so it was a little bit extra fiber. Yeah.
Next year I will enter.
No, come next year. It's worth it. You get this. They bring you a sampler of 5 chilies. Like, it's good. You get to try everything. It was such a great, well done. I got to say, Service Center, well done. Really.
And we ate in the garage, so we helped clean the garage.
We ate in the garage. Yeah. So thanks for bringing that up, Council. Appreciate it.
And next year, Mullen just said council's going to put in. We're going to enter a chili.
You don't eat meat, so what kind of chili?
We got to do a vegan one.
All right, I'll eat the other one. I'll eat the wood chips. All right.
Notice spice level will be like a.
Oh, yeah, yeah, Indian, oh, yeah. We're at Diwali, that stuff's deadly, holy moly. So motion for adjournment by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor, and we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody. See you in 2 weeks. Budget talk. Monday. See you Monday.